Good evening, everybody. I'm going to call the special board meeting executive session for the Peoria Unified School Board to order on August 28th, 2025 at 4:10 p.m. Moving on to two opening exercises, 2.1 moment of silence and 2.2 pledge of allegiance and preamble of the Declaration of Independence. And if we could also keep in our thoughts and prayers, we did lose a family member through the Liberty School District. The Souzas lost a family member, so if you could please keep their thoughts and prayers. And Mrs. Profit, would you like to lead us?
Yes, thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Moving on to convene executive session. 3.1, a request to address the governing board regarding matters included on the agenda. We did have our clerk, Toby, shuffled the deck, so we will be allowing 2 minutes so that we make sure we give everybody enough time and also that we have enough time in our executive session. So first public comment is from Warren Faulkner. Okay, thank you.
Jeff.
Yes, yep, go on right ahead. There'll be a timer on the screen as well.
There's a student.
All right. I'm a little fired up here because I still don't really know why we're having this meeting. Okay, I've spent 47 out of the 58 years of my life in this district. I went to school here, graduated from Cactus High School, taught in the district now for 35 years. Okay. I became a teacher because of people like Mike Deardoff when I was in high school. Coaches and teachers that made me love school, made me want to be a better person. And here we are. I don't understand why we're talking about terminating him when he is good for people, he's good for students, he's great for the district. Okay, I've taught with him, I know him. When Raymond Kellis was the superintendent of this district, we were a family. He talked about being a family. This isn't how you treat family. Okay, there's rumors, there's innuendos out there going around that nobody really knows the truth. But one of the things everybody's heard is he's been investigated by 3 separate committees. Sunrise Mountain Administration, the district office's Human Resources, and the Peoria Police Department. And he's been cleared of all allegations. But yet here we are. Why? I don't understand. This should be a no-brainer. And I've heard certain people on the board have said, we're not going to sweep stuff under the rug anymore. Well, if he was found guilty and you let him resign and go teach somewhere else, that's sweeping it under the rug. He was found innocent. Why are we talking about this? It's going to set a dangerous precedent. You're going to lose coaches. You're going to lose teachers if they think, I mean, think about it. This guy just won the Pride of Peoria, the highest award we give. And a year later, we're talking about firing him for no legitimate reason. You're going to lose teachers. You're going to lose coaches if they think one person could take a personal vendetta against them.
I apologize. Time. Thank you. Next public comment is Chloe Hatch.
Hi guys, I'm Chloe, a student at Sunrise, and I think this entire situation has gotten completely out of hand, and the fact that I have to stand up here and speak is absurd and it shouldn't be happening, but I just wanted to address it, that both the school and the police have already conducted thorough investigations, which I've been involved in, and both came to the same conclusion that he is innocent. Nothing was found because there was nothing to find. I want to make this absolutely clear. Nothing happened whatsoever. This teacher is not a bad person in any way. He is simply a teacher that is trying to make bonds with students. And this isn't just my opinion, it's the fact, and it's been proven by investigations. People need to accept the truth and stop trying to twist the narrative that simply doesn't exist. I will not stand quietly while mine and his character is attacked. I take pride in who I am and in the reputation that I've built for myself, and I refuse to allow lies, rumors, and anyone's attempt of drama and rumors to drag me down. The facts are clear, nothing happened, and it's time to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment is from Trevor Hyde.
My name's Trevor Hyde, and I was lucky enough to be able to coach on varsity this past year, and I grew to love the players. Taking on the title of coach is an honor and a privilege, not a right. Even more so when coaching at a public school. Marcus Thomas should not have that honor anymore. The board and superintendent have more than enough evidence to make that decision. I want to remind everyone that Mike Deardoff admitted to the truthfulness of every piece of evidence in my formal complaint. One day during the season, when I was pleading with Mike Deardoff to protect my son from Marcus, Mike said, "You have to trust us." Trust is earned. Neither men should be trusted to coach at the high school level anymore. I didn't originally have a problem with Mike's coaching, but watching him lie, manipulate, belittle, and not take accountability for his staff throughout this process, I feel he does not deserve to hold the honor of coach either. I urge the board and superintendent to finally protect the boys. The district failed to protect my son, but maybe you can protect future players. And lastly, for all the parents, players, and supporters, from my understanding, the executive session that is after this could have been made public by the employees. Both of them decided to make the executive session private. If there's nothing to hide, why make it private? Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Jen Tolley.
Hi, my name is Jen. I'm a teacher at Sunrise Mountain High School. I've been there for 15 years and have coached for a really long time there as well. And I also work a lot of sporting events at school. So I've been working the boys' baseball games for a long time, and I do the walk-up music and the scoreboard. So I make sure everyone has a good time when you're in the stands watching the game. And I can say from being around Mike as a coach myself, observing other coaches, that he has the highest integrity in the way that he runs his program. And not only is he a good coach, but he's a great man. And I feel like I can speak to that through all of our experiences. And I also, as a coach, we understand, and as a teacher as well, that we have such a privileged position. We're very trusted. And we understand that when allegations are brought forward, that we really forfeit the benefit of the doubt with our position. And we understand that when we do the job as well. But when we have 3 separate entities that investigate something and clear someone from those allegations, I feel like the fact that we're even here today communicates to coaches and teachers that there's just a complete disregard for due process. And so I stand here today in support of a good man and a great coach, but also in support of the truth and continuing to preserve the processes that we have in place to protect kids, absolutely first and foremost, but also everyone involved. So thank you for your time.
Next public comment comes from Eric Anderson.
Hi, my name is Eric Anderson. I'm a physical education teacher and the state champion boys soccer coach at Sunrise Mountain. I live within the Peoria Unified boundaries and have 3 children who attend Peoria schools. I'm an active member at CCV Peoria and coach multiple youth teams there. I am deeply invested in our community and committed to making it a better place. As a person that has worked most close with Coach Deardoff the past 6 years, I feel it is important to speak. Through my training through PUSD and US Soccer, I have been trained to recognize the behaviors connected with the allegations against him. If I had ever seen anything, I would have spoken up. Coach Deardoff builds strong relationships, meaningful relationships with students, and equips them with lifelong skills. I could share countless stories of the positive impact he has had on our students, both on and off the field. Every day when I drop off my children at school, I remind them to make the world a better place. Coach Deardoff lives out that principle day in and day out. I hope that as you review all of the information that you have gotten, you will make a decision that reflects the same, to make the world a better place. Thank you.
Next public comment is Katie Ripter. Riddiper. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Governing Board, President Rooks, Clerk Toby, members of the board, and Superintendent Summers. I have had the privilege of knowing Mike Deardoff for 19 years. We began our teaching careers together at Raymond S. Kellis High School as math teachers, where our classrooms were next door to each other for more than 11 years. During that time, I also had the opportunity to serve as his department lead and see firsthand not only his dedication to his profession, but the way he consistently puts students first. I strive to surround myself with people of strong character, deep integrity, and a true moral compass. Coach Deardoff embodies all of these qualities. Over the years, I have witnessed the lasting impact he has had on students, athletes, and entire school communities. Many of his former students are here today from Kellis High School. His influence extends beyond the classroom or the field. He models respect, accountability, perseverance in ways that young people carry with them long after graduation. One of the clearest examples of this was when one of his athletes was battling leukemia. Coach Deardoff never hesitated to step up, not only supporting that player through the most difficult time of his life and supporting that player's sister, his twin, who was the statistician for the team. He made sure that both of them felt seen, valued, and cared for. That is who he is. A coach who shows up for his players on and off the field in ways that go beyond wins and losses. As a mother, the highest compliment I could ever give to someone would be that I would actively seek out opportunities for my son and my daughter to be coached or taught by Michael Deardoff. I trust in him, and I know he is a good man because I have seen it and witnessed it for nearly 2 decades. Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Sherlyn Cox.
For me to get involved in something, I have to feel that strongly about it. And I felt very strongly that this reputation and to have someone's name slandered for allegations that don't have any merit is not right. So I wanted to stand up and just say that from what I know of Coach Deardoff, I've heard nothing but good things. We've been involved in this program for 2 years. And my son loves the program. He loves the coaches. He loves going there. It is what he loves to do. And I'm thankful for coaches who put in the time and the effort to continue this program. And I don't want to see a good name slandered because of these allegations, that I want him to be able to continue to coach and continue to lead a program and in its success.
Next public comment comes from Elizabeth Escobar.
Hi. So, as much as I want to sit here and defend some of previous comments made, I will be the bigger person because God knows the truth. So I'm just going to read what I pre-wrote. Hello to everyone, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Elizabeth Escobar, and I am a proud parent of a junior baseball player at Sunrise Mountain High School, and I'm also Sunrise Mountain alumni. My son has been playing baseball for a very long time, for 4 years, since he was 4 years old, and he has had so many different coaches, right? Some of them have been wonderful and amazing, and some of them have not been a good fit. But I would never go this far in a situation to make accusations that are maybe a partial truth. In my experience with Coach Deardoff, what I really want to just talk about is our experience for his character. And so the biggest thing is that he's just so much more than a coach. You literally will see him on weekdays, weekends, taking care of that baseball field, trying to get the boys involved, to be prideful with their program as a whole. He'll be mowing the fields. I've seen him paint poles. Like, we've remodeled our field, and he's done a lot of the work. What I love most, though, is that he holds the players and makes them accountable, that he recognizes that he isn't just helping or shape their future baseball careers, but also building character into young men. And maybe not everyone always appreciates certain coaching styles, but some kids need to be pushed a little bit, And my son, I know, has been through this program since he was in junior high for winter ball camp and all of those wonderful things. And he's never had any ill comments to say. Yes, he's mentioned at practices. He occasionally gets yelled at, but I think sometimes that's needed for certain personalities. And I just hope that you guys vote to retain him because I think this whole thing is completely ridiculous. Thank you.
Next public comment is Jody Ayalaya. So I don't know if I said that right. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members and community. I'm the mom of a Sunrise Mountain baseball player. Sorry. The first day of school is supposed to be a fun and exciting time for our students, a time where the boys get to go back to school and see their teachers and classmates that they have not seen all summer, a time when families and parents return to their regular and structured schedules. Unfortunately, this year was not the case. On July 31st, the very first day of school, many of us learned that our baseball program, and more specifically our coach, was under attack. Today, I am here before you to advocate for the baseball program, the players, and Coach Deardoff. I'm an avid believer in what is right, just, and fair. Our students and coach have endured challenges no team should ever have to face. The Peoria police have done an investigation, and Coach Deardoff was cleared through the district to return to school. Yet his name and reputation continue to be dragged through the mud unfairly and unjustly. No student should ever have to listen to another student say, Deardoff is not coming back because he's a child molester. Those were the exact words. Our children are all watching this. These boys look to their coach, not just for guidance on the field, but also for lessons in life on integrity and character. Instead of focusing on teamwork and growth, they've started their year witnessing their leader being publicly humiliated and defamed. Varsity baseball is designed to be the most competitive level in high school. It is fast-paced and prepares our players for the next level. The intensity is higher, expectations are higher, and where everything you have worked is put to the ultimate test. Naturally, in this stage, the coaching is also more intense, more pressure, more stress. Varsity is not a place of cotton candy, gum,
Apologize, we have to keep moving on.
drops, and butterflies.
Next public comment is Nick Reiser.
Thank you for hearing me. Heather Rooks, I believe I had you in class quite a long time ago at Sunrise Mountain High School. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Nick Reiser, and I come to this podium today under kind of four pretenses. The first one's confusion. I know a couple people have already touched on the fact. Those of us in the Sunrise Mountain community, but not just the Sunrise Mountain community, the Peoria Unified School District have heard all of the allegations, have heard all of the different steps that the district has gone through. The district got to the point where they decided that it was okay to put him back in the classroom. So my confusion rests with, at what point is looking into something enough going to be enough? And if the answer is, well, until we find something, then everybody in this room is probably going to be under the microscope someday, because we all probably have something. My second preface for being up here is an extreme level of disappointment. Like Mr. Faulkner, I've been in this district for a really long time. I went to Cactus High School, heck, I went to Sundance Elementary School, and I've been at Sunrise Mountain since the doors opened. I can say this right now, and this is going to upset somebody, and it's okay. The Sunrise Mountain baseball program has the strongest leadership it's ever had, and Sunrise Mountain has a very proud baseball program history in our district. So I'm disappointed that we are having to come here and discuss this. I also come here with a level of support. I will support Mike Deardoff. I will support anybody from Sunrise Mountain High School or anybody in our district that I think is wrongfully accused of something, especially if they've been cleared from it. But more importantly, I come here with broken pride. My pride in our district has been broken that kids like Chloe Hatch have been dragged through the mud and attacked by other students. Mike Deardoff's character has been attacked. Mike Deardoff is a Pride of Peoria winner, and so am I. And next week, you guys will get my award back because I no longer have that pride in that award. Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Mike Baldwin.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Baldwin, and I am the father of Ryan Baldwin, a senior at Sunrise Mountain High School. And I am here because my son has endured 3 years of targeted mistreatment by assistant coach Marcus Thomas. And I believe the board must act in the best interest of the students. From the very start, Marcus has created a hostile environment for Ryan. He has repeatedly singled him out, used profanity, verbal abuse in front of teammates, declined him respect, and refused to provide constructive coaching. The facts we submitted in our complaint document this pattern clearly. They are not isolated incidents or examples of tough coaching. They are repeated acts of harassment supported by witnesses and acknowledged at times even by other coaches. Equal troubling is the lack of accountability. Even when Marcus's behavior was admitted to be inappropriate, no correction or apology was ever made. The process was biased, swept under the rug, with relationships being protected rather than students who depend on the program and the guidance. The impact on Ryan has been significant. For 3 years, he's come home mentally and emotionally exhausted from being constantly targeted, belittled. Yet other coaches this past summer who know how to inspire, provide feedback, and truly coach have helped open the opportunities for multiple baseball colleges. In all the documents that we provided, there was a great article, Coaching Abuse, the Dirty, Not So Little Secret in Sports by Dr. Goldberg. I hope everyone got a chance to read this. On page 2, he provides 29 examples of an abusive coach. When I went back and checked off the ones I've witnessed from Marcus, I found that we tracked 26 of them. I also want to remind everyone that Dierdorf has closed doors for anyone to attend practice, which is not common. Therefore, the only witnesses are truly the coaches and players of the team. Having 2 different assistant coaches reach out to me directly from 2 of the prior 3 years because they were so disgusted and guilty to know what's happening behind the closed doors says something. I take guilt.
I apologize. The time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next public comment is Trina Berg.
Good evening, President Brooks, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Summers, guests, cabinet. My name is Trina Berg. I'm a teacher and a parent in this district. And I am here in support of my teachers that have accusations made against them, have an investigation done, are cleared, have another investigation done by the Peoria Police Department, which I'm assuming you trust. You want them on our campuses, like you advocate for that constantly all the time. So I'm assuming you trust their investigation skills. And when they clear them, you continue to bring it up and now ask for an executive session to continue talking about this. So is it that we don't like the outcome of the investigation? Is that it? Because if you're gonna keep digging and digging and digging, as someone else said, okay, are you gonna find the smallest, most insignificant thing and harp on that one little thing instead of looking at the investigation as a whole? This is ridiculous. As someone else said, this is going to cause teachers to stop wanting to coach, because if 1 or 2 pissed off people can make complaints and cause this to happen, no one's gonna wanna do all of that work for the very little money that we pay them to do it. Coaching is the least paid thing a teacher can do with the most time commitment possible. And of course, rumor has it, because there's rumors everywhere, so not only is the teachers and the students being dragged through the mud, the fact the police report was made wasn't even mentioned anywhere until the board meeting, so now all of a sudden people want to talk about the police report and the police investigation. But rumors are also rolling around that this is all because of a personal relationship that one of our board members has with someone, and they're the ones that are pushing for this investigation. This is not okay, and as someone who has been attacked by this board, it is not okay to continue attacking people just because they speak out against you, because they don't agree with you. This is unacceptable. It's been investigated, dismissed, nothing was found. The time has come to just let this go.
Next public comment comes from Erica Felix Corona. Is that right? Just to make sure. Is that right? Okay.
Good evening, board members. My name is Erica, and I had the privilege of having Mr. Dierdorf as my financial algebra teacher at Raymond S. Kellis High School. Beyond the classroom, I also volunteered to help him during baseball practices and games, and after graduation, I even babysat his children. In every role I've seen him in, as a teacher, a coach, and as a father, he has always demonstrated integrity, professionalism, and genuine care for those around him. He was one of the most impactful figures in my high school years, and always encouraging students to work hard and carry themselves with respect. As a coach, his leadership speaks for itself, Under his guidance, the Cougars completed an improbable playoff run with a 10-5 victory over Gilbert Campo Verde in the 5A state title game on May 16th at Tempe Diablo Stadium, securing the first ever baseball championship. Beyond that, one of his players went on to be drafted by the Texas Rangers, which reflects not only his ability to develop athletes, but also his commitment to bringing out the best in young men on and off that field. The allegations brought against him do not reflect the man or the educator I know. They are unfair to his character and reputation. I made sure to arrange my day and leave work early to be here because it was important to me, as I'm sure it is important to everyone else, to show support for Mr. Deardoff for who he truly is. I stand here today to support him and to highlight the positive influence he has had on myself and countless other students, teachers, and families. Thank you.
Next public comment is Nathan Pavia. Pavia, sorry.
Hello. I'm Nathan Pavia. I'm a teacher at Sunrise Mountain High School, history. I just started a few years ago, so I'm still kind of new to this whole process right here. But I just want to say real quick, I gotten to know Michael the last few years working there, and all I've seen for this character is high character, working hard, always with students. I've had his team in my classes. I've only heard good things about him in my classes, so I think this is ridiculous what's going on right now in this boardroom, this meeting. I think this is a waste of time. And you're not only affecting one life here, you're affecting, you can see right here, everyone here who supports him. Everyone gets affected by this. Not only today, but tomorrow as well, and the next day, in the future, when people are scared to get coached, to possibly teach as well. I just think this, like my friend Warren Faulkner said, I think this sends a very dangerous precedent for the future for this district. And I've been in this district my whole entire life. I went to Park Ridge, Liberty. My mom worked in this district, my dad did, my stepdad did. I think it really sets just a scary precedent for the future on what could be happening to other teachers in the future. Just personal vendettas, or just on small little things that you can bring up and just, hey, let's get in for this. So thank you for hearing me. Thank you.
Last public comment is Morgan McKinley, sorry.
Hi, as you probably all just heard, my name is Morgan McKinley. I kind of said it really loud. But thank you for giving me a few minutes of your time. I attended Sunrise Mountain from 2017, 2018 to 2021, so I'm a few years out now. But I'm here to speak on behalf of Michael Deardoff. I actually met Mr. Deardoff in the hallway of Sunrise and soon discovered that our families had a connection. Sorry, I'm far away. Had a connection and had known each other from a past church. And I knew right away that he was a trustworthy guy. My friend and I began to help out with the baseball team he coached. Most of the time, my friend and I were there to take pictures for social media and cheer on the baseball players, specifically players we were interested in or dating. Although we only attended a few baseball games, we loved getting to be a part of the school and feel involved. As time went on, we got to know him as a teacher and as a person. We even met his wife and his 2 kids and even babysat for his family. I can confidently say that Mr. Deardoff has never once made me feel uncomfortable in the years I have known him. He has remained respectful and professional. He is no different from any other male teachers that I have experienced. If anything, he stands out for his ability to connect with students and does a phenomenal job at creating a great school culture. He truly made my time at Sunrise memorable. Even after I graduated years ago, we have kept in touch every so often in a respectful way. He has shown a genuine care and support, and I'm so thankful for his support. I truly believe that losing Michael Deardoff would be a humongous loss for the Sunrise community, and it would be difficult to imagine this school without him. And I believe the PUSD district would be losing a great educator who does nothing but give his heart and energy to Sunrise. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment. Moving on now to 3.2, call for executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03, letter A1, and to ARS 38-431.03, letter A, number 3. 2A, consider the performance of an employee at Sunrise Mountain High School, an investigation conducted by the district and Peoria Police Department. A, number 2, receive legal advice from the attorney for the board as to legal issues pertaining to the investigation of complaints about the conduct of a district employee. and due process rights of employees. B, consider the performance of an employee at Sunrise Mountain High School and investigation conducted by the district. B, number 2, receive legal advice from the attorney for the board as to legal issues pertaining to the investigation of complaints about the conduct of a district employee and due process rights of employees. And letter C, receive legal advice from the attorney for the board as to legal issues pertaining to district membership in the Education Theater Association, Theater National Association for Music Education, Music and National Dance Education Organization, Dance.
I want to make a motion to convene executive session for only letter C, receive legal advice from the attorney for the board as to legal issues pertaining to district membership in Educational Theater Association, Theater National Association for Music Education, Music and National Dance Education Organization.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Proudfit and a second made by Mrs. Ewing. And Azar, if you could just make sure we repeat that motion out loud.
Move to call for executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A1 and ARS 38-431.03A3 to receive legal advice from the attorney for the public body and for discussion or consultation pertaining to only letter C as listed. Mrs. Ewing.
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
No.
Mr. Toby?
No.
President Rooks?
No.
Thank you.
I move to make a motion to convene executive session for the entire aforementioned items.
And I second.
So we have a new motion made by Clerk Toby and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. And if you could repeat that
That was
motion.
Mrs. Bowles.
Or sorry, Mrs. Bowles, thank you. And then if you could run us through the motion and then roll call, please.
Move to call for an executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A1 and ARS 38-431.03A3 to receive legal advice for the attorney for the public body and for discussion of consultation pertaining to all items as listed on the agenda. With a motion by Mr. Toby and a second by Mrs. Bowles.
Thank you.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
No.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 4 yeas and 1 nay, and we will be conducting the executive session.
Good evening, everyone. I know those of you here in the boardroom are getting a little sick of my announcements, but I sure do appreciate your patience. For those of you in the lobby or who are joining us on our overflow, just want to let you know, if you're new to the board meeting, that our board is still in an executive session. We do not have an estimated time that they will come out of that executive session. They may take a brief recess when they come out in order to reset for our regular governing board meeting. I want to thank you so much for your patience this evening. For those of you in our overflow, we will be making arrangements to ensure if you have put in a request to speak, that you are able to speak. If you are back in our overflow section and you have not yet been able to put in that request to speak, we have a staff member that is there. If you would let them know, they will be able to ensure we get you a slip to complete. Thank you so much again. Appreciate your patience.
All right, we are coming back from our executive session. So number 4, adjourn executive session. 4.1, adjournment. I just need a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
I need a first.
I will motion, and you can have Janelle lead.
Okay. So Mrs. Ewing motioned, and second was made by Mrs. Bowles.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mr. Toby,
Yes.
President Rooks.
Yes.
Did she?
All right. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on now to our regular board meeting. I'm going to call the regular Peoria School Board meeting on 8/28/2025 to order at 7:26 p.m. All board members are present. Moving on to 2, opening exercises, 2.1, moment of silence, 2.2, pledge of allegiance, and the preamble of the Declaration of Independence. And if we could please keep the families in the Minneapolis Catholic school who lost their children and keep their thoughts and prayers around them. And also the Souza family surrounding Liberty High School, they also lost a family member. So if we could please keep them in their prayers. And Mrs. Bowles, would you like to lead us?
Yes, thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. They are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Moving on now to 3, address agenda. 3.1, address agenda and consider adoption or recommend changes. Board members, do you have any changes you want to make?
President Rooks, I was going to suggest, given the how it's already 7:30, that if maybe we can, I don't know if it'd be table, but just not do the board comments, just to move it along faster. So I don't know how to. So 6.1 that we table, I guess? Is that how it would be referred to?
If you'd like to make that motion, you can.
Yes, I'd like to make the motion to table 6.1 board comments.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Ewing and a second made by Mrs. Profit.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mr. Toby,
Yes.
President Rooks.
Yes.
Thank you.
Moving on to 4 recognitions, 4.1 recognitions. Mrs. Airy?
President Rooks, members of the board, there are no formal recognitions this evening.
Thank you. Moving on to 5, opening public comment. 5.1, request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. Mrs. Azure, thank you. Okay, so we only have a few public comments, so we're going to allow the 3 minutes for this one. So first one is Trina Berg.
And then just because we have so many people, next on deck, Charmel Bolster, Cindy Quartz, and Anna. Yes, that one. If you guys could be on deck and make your way forward, please.
We're just going to wait a few minutes because there are people in the back, so we're going to wait for Ms. Trina Berg. We will, I guess, circle back to that. So up deck is
Charmel Bolster.
Elmer Boster.
Good evening, President Rooks, board members, Cabinet, Dr. Summers, and all here present and all those that are listening online. It is indeed a pleasure for me to come before you this evening, and especially to see so many young people that are here, especially those that are representing the arts, because I'm here representing one of those arts, and that's music. Mainly, I'm representing our West Valley Chorale, and the reason I'm here is because we are offering our scholarship again this year for the 2025-26 Young Singers Competition. And I want all of our Peoria juniors and seniors who are singers to be aware of it. This is the 7th annual competition that we've had. We are offering a scholarship of $2,000 each, so we have 2 winners. Not only do they get the money, but they are also privileged to appear with us in our concerts, which we have one at Christmas and then one in the spring. The main thing I like about our scholarship is the fact that it has 2 distinctions. Number one, it allows juniors to come and compete for this scholarship. So if you're a junior or a senior and you love to sing, I encourage you to apply for this. And I will be giving the information to Dr. Hernandez over there to make sure it gets out to all the high schools. The other thing I like about our scholarship is that you do not have to be a music major in college to get it. A lot of music scholarships want you to be a music major. We do not. We are just interested in hearing wonderful young people who love to sing. So again, the information will be given out to the high schools. All of you women and men, anybody that love to sing and are passionate about it, I encourage you to do this. Frankly, I would love to see our Peoria students not only compete, but I hope one of you or maybe both of you would win. I'm tired of seeing our young people from other districts, especially in East Valley and Phoenix area, win these competitions. It's time we have a home person to win. So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. I see Trina Berg. We'll come right back to you. Yes, go ahead. No, yes, you're next. Sorry.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board. My name is Trina Berg, and I'm a teacher and parent in this district, and we have a 15% override that is coming up real quick. Time is ticking. We have a couple of walks that are coming up. They are on September 20th. Unfortunately, we'll not be able to be at that one. Also the 27th and October 4th. Those start at 9 a.m. We've got football games coming up. Anytime we've got 2 home teams playing each other, those are great times. I am hoping that you on social media are sharing information about this override. It's going to be here before we know it. We know how important this is. The board voted 5-0 to go for this 15% override. It is essential, and I hope to see some of you out there walking with me on those 2 Saturdays. I hope to see you sharing all over social media. I hope to see you talking to people about it, and I hope to hear just full support for this 15% override that we absolutely cannot win in this election. For those of you who don't know, this election is just purely mail-in ballots. Your ballots will be mailed to you. Return them on time, please. This is essential. It's essential to our district. Not only is every single person in this entire district paid from this override to some extent, this covers our assistant principals, our nurses, our specials in the elementary school. It helps to cover extracurriculars, all of those things. School nurses, very, essential that we have our school nurses. All of these things are paid for by the override. And with the 15% versus the 13%, with that increase of funding every single year, we're looking at $5-6 million extra every single year. We would be more competitive with our surrounding districts, and we would be able to continue to do other things. And I know one of the things that Clerk Toby, you talked about was special ed. As you know, I was a special ed teacher for 14 years of my career. So special ed is absolutely critical. It is needed. We need the additional funding, but we need you as the board to be very vocal about this 15%. We need the people who support you to also support this override. I did see recently Mayor Beck's post about it. It was super exciting to see that. So I'm glad to see that he is now like out loud vocally just putting his support out there. And I hope to see that from all of you as well. Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Cindy Courts.
And on deck still is Anna B. and Veronica Cordoza.
Hello, Dr. Summers, President Rooks, members of the board. As a proud, newly retired, 40-year veteran teacher of PUSD, I've been reflecting on my career. Looking back, my greatest accomplishments were always centered on students. While there were challenges, they were approached with one guiding principle: doing what is best for our learners. Over the years, the reading specialist role, known by various names, but now English literacy specialist, has always been grounded in providing direct, explicit, small group instruction to our most at-risk students. My concern is that the shift toward partnering with teachers, though valuable, is pulling specialists away from this critical student-focused work. I am aware that a Tier 1 foundation should meet the needs of at least 80% of the students. An early literacy specialist can play a key role in supporting teachers through co-teaching and collaborative planning. However, all schools, not just Title I schools, deserve full-time interventionists and ELS positions to their struggling learners. 7 years ago, I transitioned from classroom teacher to write and accept a corporate-sponsored grant focused on supporting at-risk learners through targeted group instruction. This partnership made it possible to pursue this important initiative because our at-risk population required more intensive instruction. As an interventionist in a part-time capacity, I worked with over 130 students annually, utilizing formats ranging from individual tutoring to small groups and occasionally addressing specific topics with larger groups. My approach was to address essential skills and transition students out of the program upon mastery. When parents entrust their children to us, they expect us to teach them to read, a belief I held when I chose PUSD for my own 2 sons. As an interventionist, classroom teachers and I were able to target urgent needs identified through data. I urge the district to prioritize direct student support in the ELS roles or possibly interventionists and invest in the people and programs. In closing, I remain deeply proud of our district. My reflections come from decades, I know I don't look that old, of experience and a genuine desire to see Peoria Unified continue to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna, you are up next.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. When you first said this, were you ever taught what it meant? Every time you say it, you are stating your loyalty to this nation. I pledge allegiance to the flag. Is it loyal to take away DEI policies from education? If you are unaware of what the DEI policy is, let me remind you.
DEI means diversity, equity, and inclusion, making sure all people in a workplace and school setting are treated equally, no matter their background. In school, we are constantly supporting what DEI is. Taking this away could mean we only care about certain students, but not all students. Is it liberty and justice for all when you take away the policy implementing diversity, equity, and inclusion and supporting it? This not only impacts our future, but it will also impact our present. According to worldatwork.org, more than 80% of organizations in America have a DEI policy. Refusing service from organizations with this policy restricts where we can and can't go. I am an art student at Cactus High School and know that we take many trips with my fellow arts kids. These trips give us memories that we will cherish for the rest of our lives and are spent experiencing the arts around the world. How will we become educated on what we are passionate about if we can't even explore what makes us creative? Slavery had been introduced to America in 1619 and abolished in 1865. But was America considered equal when segregation and hate was still a part of everyday lives? No, not until brave souls who believed that our title, Freedom Country, should be upheld. People like Rosa Parks and Martin Luther King Jr. stepped up to fight for equality and fight for civil rights. In fact, the people I just listed are those you teach us about today. America cannot go backwards in history. We, the people, cannot go back to unequal rights. Taking this policy away could be the start of repeating history, a history we fought so hard to escape from. Whether you believe in God, gods, or not, you cannot be loyal to your country and say the Pledge of Allegiance if you are not doing what you are pledging to, liberty and justice for all. So we need to wake up, Peoria Unified School District. We need to wake up, Arizona. We need to wake up, America. We cannot let this happen again, and if you don't implement the DEI policy, it could be the downfall of our freedom country. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to ask, because we have a lot of comments tonight, we want to make sure we hear everybody. Please hold your applause. I understand you're passionate, but we want to make sure we get through every comment. So the next one, Veronica, I believe. Yes, thank you.
Good evening, President Rooks and board members and everyone who's here tonight. It's going to be hard to follow that. But so 3 minutes for me is most definitely not enough time to assert or emphasize that we have a moral obligation for the mental well-being to our future leaders who happen to be our current students. I come here this evening as a very concerned parent, also as a teacher's assistant for the Sun Valley Elementary School. Daily, I encounter kids from broken homes, kids in the process of being taken away from the parents and waiting to be sent to foster care. I have kids that come from violent homes and deal with officers in a different aspect more often than they should at such young ages. Our social workers are money very well spent. I have lost count of the amount of kids that have come up to me requesting to talk to our very awesome social worker, and by the next time I see them and come across them the same day, the students are back on task and having a better day. Our social workers deal with traumatic situations and sometimes not so traumatic situations on a daily basis. I stress the word daily since our resource officer is doing his best. They're doing their best to accommodate, but they do have to juggle between 5 different schools. And since school started on July 31st, I have only personally seen our resource officers maybe once. So that's why I stress daily. Our students are far more comfortable discussing any issues with someone that they encounter daily rather than someone that they see periodically, let alone in uniform, wearing a badge and a gun. Now, don't get me wrong, we do absolutely love our resource officers, but they are not licensed or certified to handle certain situations like our social workers, and also our teachers are not certified or licensed to handle certain situations either. I have some acquaintances that struggle mentally who have very limited resources due to cuts and high costs. Due to these cuts and high costs, this makes it almost impossible to afford their various medicines for their emotional disorders, such as psychological illnesses, psychiatric disorders, and so forth. With all due respect, the person or persons who came up with the idea that we need to cut the social workers from schools, I believe that you must be living in a bubble or either do not have kids, or if you do, you just don't care about our current kids and the very dire need to keep our social workers in our schools. Again, with all due respect, please do not remove our children's right to have healthy social, emotional learning. Our children are the most vulnerable part of the population. We should be providing them with the best opportunities along with all the school resources we can in their most formidable years in order for them to be successful in life. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Azure, I'm just gonna, we're trying to update the agenda and it's still showing the board comments are on there. I don't know. Okay, all right. Moving on then to superintendent comments, Dr. Summers.
Like our community packs the house, so thank you all for being here. Thank you for your presence and your patience as well. And so I will keep my comments brief for our board. Just wanted to highlight a couple of events. One that just occurred this past Tuesday, it was our Parent and Community Leader Huddle. And this was the first one of the year and hosted at Ironwood High School. So big shout out to Mr. Russ Dunham and the great Ironwood team there. So we brought so many parents from across the district, and the event really allowed us an opportunity to speak directly with our parent leaders, gain insights to drive our work, and really spend some time making sure that we have a groundswell of support with so many things that are happening across our great district. So just want to give a nod to everybody. Thank you for your, again, attendance and engagement. And continuing on that theme of community engagement, we have a few exciting events that are coming up that I would like to share. So first, the Career Pathway Expo on September 9th at Sunrise Mountain High School. This event will showcase the various opportunities available to students through career and technical education, including the MET Professional Academy, CTE Works, TLC, and West MEC. Additionally, high schoolers will have the opportunity to learn about universities, colleges, and trade schools across the country at the College Fair on September 24th at ASU West. And lastly, just really humbled and inspired by the actions of our student council at Raymond S. Kellis High School, who brought pastries to the Glendale Police Department and had the opportunity to sit in on the department's morning briefing. Safety remains a top priority in Peoria Unified, and we're very grateful for our partnerships with both the city of Glendale and Peoria. And with that, President Ricks, turn it back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. Moving on now to 7 action items. 7.1, consideration of renewal of professional memberships for arts education. So first we will have a presentation from our superintendent, Dr. Summers, and then we will proceed with public comment. Dr. Summers.
Good evening again, President Rooks, governing board members, all of our wonderful guests, as well as cabinet. This item comes forward in response to a governing board request. The question raised was whether continued teacher memberships in the Educational Theater Association, National Association for Music Education, and National Dance Education Organization might place the district at risk of losing federal funding due to organizational position statements affirming a commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. So out of respect for that request, we sought direct guidance from the Arizona Department of Education, also known as ADE, to ensure clarity and compliance. So last Friday, ADE Deputy Superintendent Margaret Garcia-Dugan responded to questions from our Deputy Superintendent of Educational Services, Dr. Teresa Hernandez. Ms. Garcia-Dugan confirmed that ADE had already contacted the U.S. Department of Education regarding a number of questions related to different curriculum, textbooks, and materials that ADE may believe are in opposition to current federal directives on DEI and could put Arizona districts at risk of losing federal funds. At that time, the Department of Education had not authorized ADE to withhold federal funds related to DEI. ADE also indicated they would confer with Superintendent Horn and provide additional directions. So on Monday, we had a follow-up conversation. Dr. Hernandez and Ms. Garcia-Dugan shared that she had confirmed that she had spoken with Superintendent Horn, and essentially ADE's position is that students selected to participate in theater or the arts should be chosen based on interest in theater, not necessarily race or ethnic background. And students specifically selected into the Thespian Society in Arizona Thespians should be chosen based on acting ability, not race or ethnic background. Ms. Garcia-Dugan also stated that ADE is in alignment with USDOE on this particular issue. Just also wanted to elevate that the governing board's legal counsel, Susan Siegel, advised that the board also be aware of a recent federal district court ruling. Judge Gallagher from District of Maryland, August 2025, vacated the U.S. Department of Education's Dear Colleague letter and related certification requirement based on improper administrative procedure, which was shared with the governing board in last week's Friday report. As this matter was brought forward by the governing board, our role as district administration is to provide the guidance and information that we have received. We are not here tonight necessarily to debate the merits of DE policies one way or another. Our responsibility is to ensure compliance with the law and transparency with our governing board. ADE is the state authority on this issue, and we will continue to follow their direction along with evolving federal guidance. Tonight's update is focused on process and compliance clarity regarding performing arts memberships, not necessarily, again, advocating for or against DEI, and certainly not at all debating the value of our performing arts programs. Our focus is ensuring students continue to have opportunities to participate in the performing arts. Based on ADE's current guidance, both their initial response, again, no authority granted to withhold funds as of August 22nd, and their follow-up confirming alignment with the USDOE, we do not currently see an indication that these memberships jeopardize federal funding so long as the practices described earlier by Superintendent Horn are adhered to. So at this time, district leadership recommends renewal of these memberships so that Peoria Unified students and teachers continue to have access to high-quality resources, adjudication standards, and competitive opportunities, along with professional learning opportunities for performing arts teachers, as well as student recognition and competition experiences that are consistent with peers statewide and nationwide. We will continue to monitor guidance at the state and federal levels and keep the board informed, consistent with our commitment to lawful compliance and support for students and staff. President Rooks, I know we have a number of public comments, so I will allow you to begin that process, and we'll stand ready for any other questions that you may have at the conclusion.
Thank you. Again, so we have about 63 public comments. So if you could please just hold your applause. I know you're very passionate, but I just want to make sure we get through the 63.
And
So,
ditto is also accepted.
and he will be calling the next ones up again in queue for the attendees in the back.
President Rooks,
Yes.
should we consider taking the time down to 1 minute to ensure that we
Yes.
can?
Yeah. So I know it's short notice, but because we have 63, we were not anticipating 63, so you will have 1 minute, and I apologize to that. But we're trying to make it to where everybody has an opportunity to speak. So first public comment is from Caitlin Hurley, and we are letting our students speak first so that we make sure that their voices are heard.
Cheyenne, you're on deck, followed by Ryan P. and Mason M. Please make your way up.
Hello, board, parents, staff, and fellow peers. I am Caitlin Hurley, a senior at Cactus. Is it not this board's priority to do what's best in the best interest of all students? Why is it that a majority of this board is adamantly rejecting grants and programs that are essential and or beneficial to us? In 2023, this board rejected a Microsoft computer science program because it stated diversity, equity, and inclusion. This past year, the board rejected a grant that would help students struggling with mental health. You've since apologized, and if you're truly sorry, you would not be trying to continue and take from us. Instead of worrying about DEI and trying to eradicate it, maybe this district needs to implement a program that teaches acceptance and coexistence. Now, because of the language used, you are thinking about cutting performing arts memberships. One literally states they are anti-racist, and what is wrong with that? DEI does not mean you have an upper hand based on race, gender, or ethnicity over merit, competence, and ability like it states in Heather Rook's draft. It means everyone is welcome and can participate regardless of their identity. That in spite of your background, you can accomplish great things, a true American value.
I'm so sorry, but we're going to have to, the timer's up. I apologize.
Thank you.
Next public comment on deck, Cheyenne Smith.
Good evening, board members. My name is Cheyenne Smith. I'm a senior at Centennial High School, and I have the honor of serving as a drama club officer for these past 2 years. Peoria Unified School District was built on the phrase, every student, every day, prepared to shape tomorrow. This is more than a motto, it's a promise. And nowhere is that promise lived out more clearly than in the arts. Theater, music, and dance prepare students to do just that, shape tomorrow. They teach us creativity and collaboration. They challenge us to think critically, communicate effectively, and empathize with people's experiences that are far beyond our own. These are not just skills for the stage, they're skills for life. These memberships provide just that. They're not about politics, they're about opportunity. These memberships are cut, students lose. You'll be taking away opportunities to grow as learners and performers. The arts are not extra, they are essential. They prepare student, every day to shape tomorrow. I urge you to remember this district's motto and renew these memberships to keep that promise alive. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, public comment, Ryan Polbratek. I want to hurry your name, sorry.
Good evening, board members. I joined theater when I was 6. I learned to read by reading scripts. It is through this I was able to better my English scores. It is through this that I was able to increase my vocabulary skills. It is through this I was able to do well in presentations, do well in tests. All of these things have happened through reading scripts in theater. Theater is essential. And I would like to go to college for theater. I want to be able to share my joy of arts with other people. And in order to do that, I need to pay for college through scholarships. And it is through Thespian Festival that I can apply for scholarships based on merit, based on my acting skill, and based on my technical skill. Allow me to go to college and help pay for college through these scholarships. Thespian Festival is necessary for these scholarships, especially for me to discover colleges. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your public comment. Next is Mason Molham.
And then following Mason, we have Joseph Garcia, Aiden Denton, and Caitlin Besa.
Thank you to President Rooks, members of the governing board, Dr. Summers, and the cabinet for this opportunity to speak. I stand before you now, a miracle. I would not be alive to stand here today if not for the arts. And I know there are many others who feel the same. It's not pretty, it's not nice, but it's the truth. To preface, I'm not a proponent of DEI initiatives, but I am a proponent of the arts. This proposition would bar art students from competing in their areas, the equivalence of telling football they can't play their games. That doesn't make much sense to me. Please don't limit our creativity. Please don't take away our competitions. Please vote to renew our memberships. Thank you.
Next public comment is Joseph Garcia.
Hello, members of the board and Dr. Summers. My name is Joseph Garcia. I recently represented Oakwood Elementary in the patriotic speech contest here, so I'm glad to be back. First and foremost, I had a longer speech plan, but I'm going to make this quick. The arts are very important to me, as it is to many of the people in here, and I hope to be inducted in the thespian, to be a thespian and go to ThesCon at some point. But if this decision is made, I may not be able to do that, and that is something that is very important to me. And just like he said, I'm not a guy that's all DEI, but I will say that the arts are important, and I believe that the arts are for everyone, regardless of race, sexuality, or gender identity. If you are taking this away from us, you are taking away expression and creativity from students who need it most. I beg you that you do not make this decision, because it will be a detriment to many high school students across the district. This is something I'm very passionate about. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. Have a great night.
Thank you. Next public comment, Aiden Denton.
Hello. I first thank the board for their concern and for everyone else coming out tonight. I will specifically be talking about the theatrical arts tonight. Since their beginning, the Educational Theater Association has made the following possible. 139,000 active members, around 80,000 are students at the high school or elementary school levels. Annually, more than 200,000 in scholarships are given out to students, and in 2024, over 300 grants were offered to schools nationwide. As of right now, they have several educational resources, programs, and opportunities for students and teachers alike, but most of all, they have one community. This society and all its branches have let so many students find a cohesive place to create and be recognized, especially in state. Over 90 districts in Arizona are currently members of the Educational Theater Association. And by taking out our district, that alienates out other surrounding programs from the ones affiliated with PUSD.
I apologize. I'm going to have to stop. I'm so sorry. Next public comment, Caitlin Bezet.
And following Caitlin, we have Carolyn Mortensen, Kaya Berkeley, and Aubriana Alvarado.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Baeza, and I'm a senior at Liberty High School who is involved in the arts program, particularly choir. I'm involved in chamber, treble, carolers, and unified music. I am also one of the co-presidents in our choir's leadership. Being in chamber choir means I get to participate in competitions that are getting affected with the DEI issue right now. Without these competitions, our program would not continue to grow. I would not be able to get my voice out. They're for future scholarships for colleges. Another reason is schools would lose funding. Another is potential losing students by moving schools to other districts that allow competing with the DEI program. This is taking away every opportunity for kids to learn from people outside of school, to learn different tactics and techniques to be a better reader, singer, and other life skills. Taking away our competitions is highly unfair when we do everything that football does, but in different ways. Football travels to other schools and plays to win and gets to travel, when choir does the exact same thing, but traveling to other schools to get plaques with a rating. Chamber choir is a 2-time back-to-back state champion Triple Crown Superior with distinction winners. We have won more state competitions than football and other sports combined. Without the arts, I don't think I would be the person I am today or have the privileges and opportunities I have today.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Next public comment, Carolyn.
Good evening, board members. My name is Carolyn Mortensen. I am Drama Club Vice President and Choir Secretary. Tonight, I'm asking you to vote yes for renewing our memberships. These professional organizations connect students to competitions, scholarships, standards, and performance opportunities. Cutting them would be the arts equivalents to pulling athletes out of championship leagues, something we never do to sports. Participation is voluntary and non-political. Students choose to join. These programs are about skills, teamwork, and excellence, not ideology. Removing memberships isn't neutral. It singles out art students, and athletes keep every opportunity. True neutrality means equal access, not exclusion. This decision isn't just a budget item. It's about whether thousands of students keep access to programs that help us grow, express ourselves, and find our voices. For many of us, theater, music, band, and dance aren't hobbies. They're our language. Cutting them silences students. Please follow your staff's advice, honor the commitments of the district, and vote yes to renew these memberships. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kaya?
Good evening, school board members. I am Kaya Marie Berkeley, a freshman at Liberty High School. Choir connects students in culture and communities. They learn music from different time periods and traditions, broadening their understanding of the words. The same time periods and traditions, broadening their understanding of the words. The same time when our choir performs and community events, they strengthen the bond between our schools and the people we serve. But for a choir to continue providing this benefit needs a strong support. We must also remember the importance of choir outside of the classroom. Competitions and festivals plus students aim to hire and give them valuable feedback for expressions. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Aubriana?
And on deck, we have Audrey Ballard, Olivia Frey, and Sophie Albidrez. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board and all present. My name is Aubriana Alvarado, and I serve as treasurer of my school's theater program. These programs give me the chance to earn my thespian honor cord, compete at the Performing Arts Spiel, and compete at state and national levels. They also bring real value to our schools. In Arizona, arts education is recognized for its positive impact. The ADE's Office of Arts Education highlights the importance of the arts in fostering creativity, discipline, collaboration, and critical thinking among students. Taking these opportunities away does not create equality. That is not equality. That is exclusion. Instead of dismantling these programs, I ask that you strengthen them. These opportunities give students like me the chance to grow, learn, and contribute to our schools and community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Audrey?
Good evening, President Brooks and board members. My name is Audrey Ballard. I am Drama Club President at Liberty High School. As I understand, the reason for the DEI problems is for the fact that we want students to be recognized for their own personal achievements and hard work rather than anything else. At Liberty, we have performed 2 shows. We performed Addams Family. As you know, the character Gomez is famously a Hispanic character, yet he was played by a Caucasian actor in our production, as well as Little Mermaid, with Sebastian being a Jamaican character played by a Hispanic actor. These people who we have let show their hard work deserve to be awarded with scholarships, cords, thespians, ThesCon, and if we take these away, not only are we not being rewarded with the recognition we deserve, but it affects our colleges, our careers, our hard-earned money from scholarships that we deserve. Thank you very much for your time.
Olivia?
We're going to be quick about this. Okay, my name is Olivia Frey. I'm one of 2 drum majors at Centennial, and I actually skipped rehearsal tonight to be there because this is really important. So both ABOTA and AMEA are under the National Association for Music Education, and having no ABOTA would mean we don't do any marching band competitions. That means we only go to football games, so that means all of the hard work that we've put into learning our show and all the money that we have put into this marching band season would go to waste because we cannot be refunded for the competitions we've paid to attend for ABOTA. Oh, my phone out. And AMEA, that's regional honor band, state honor band, honor jazz, solo and ensemble, all of these things that students participate in with the musics that we would no longer be able to do. You guys worry that these organizations have ideological positions, and so I made you a list of people of other companies that do too. Microsoft Office, Canvas, ACT, College Board, and even the chairs we sit in. The chairs we sit in have DEI.
Next public comment is Sophia.
After Sophia, we have Zoe Olson, Chloe Griffith, and Parker Nolan. Thank you.
Good evening, Governing Board. My name is Sophia Albedrez, and I am the only state thespian officer of Peoria Unified and the first at Centennial High School. I know more than anyone in this district about the community that Thespian Society provides. I have dedicated countless hours of my personal time to planning, promoting, and coordinating events across the state for thousands of students to enjoy and learn. I have taught students about the importance of arts in our schools and the steps to being a good leader. This isn't about politics, this is about humanity. Theater saves lives, it saved mine. The people I have connected with are my family. Taking away the opportunity for future students sickens me. Through Thespian Society, students are able to connect with professionals in their desired fields, gain scholarships and experience. My school alone received $5,000 in scholarships from thespians last year. Removing us from society and community is signing away countless students' futures. Thank you for your time.
Zoe?
She's in the back room, she's coming.
Okay, thank you. We'll wait a few minutes for Zoe. I just want to let Zoe know we're going to come right back to you. Chloe, I think you were, if you're in the room. Okay, then we'll wait for Zoe and Chloe.
President Rooks, I hate to interrupt. I just wanted to make a request that I've heard from some of our students who have actually the longer speech of what they're not necessarily able to get to. What I'm hearing is the request is to be able to provide that so that the board can still receive those messages, to be able to read those. If you're okay with that, I'd like Mrs. Airy to be able to collect those from anybody that would like to submit their handwritten or typed speeches so that the board still has the opportunity to read those in full. Would that be okay with you?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Yes.
Thank you. They can also forward it to us. Mrs. Airy would be happy to be the conduit for that as well.
Yeah. Is there a Parker in the room? Parker in here? Awesome, back room. Okay, we're going to wait for Zoe, Chloe, and Parker. Okay.
And President Rooks, I'm also hearing that the rest of who has signed up is more than likely in the back room.
Okay.
So we can start to, I believe, stage them as they're coming up so we can have the queue ready to go, so to speak.
Okay, so Zoe, right, Zoe?
Chloe.
Oh, okay. Chloe, and then whenever Zoe comes, go ahead, Chloe, yes.
Hello, members of the board, President Rooks. My name is Chloe Griffith, and I'm the Liberty High School Choir Council Treasurer, and I'm here this evening to represent all PUSD students in performing arts classes and activities. In discussions with my fellow students as well as teachers in the Performing Arts Department, we cannot support the cut of our ties to the Educational Theater Association, National Association for Music Education, and National Dance Education Organization. We intend to represent our choirs, bands, theater troupes, dance teams, schools, and our district. Our teachers have always taught us to shoot for the stars, but what if there are no more stars to reach? What happens when the experiences that are crucial to our development in these courses of study are taken away? The passion I have seen from students for these programs is immeasurable and is the thing that drives motivation to join and be a part of something so incredible. But there are kids like me who have never gone to ThesCon or Ace Choral Festival Oboda competitions if they are taken away. These are the events we work for, and we have worked too hard to see them removed. Art is our passion. Arts are our home. Art is our strength. The arts guide us to continue to reach for the stars wherever they may be. I greatly appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Zoe? Zoe, okay.
And then following Zoe, if we have Nick Jenkins, Marina Williams,
But Parker's coming after Zoe.
Mariano Ortiz, Mr. Cardenas, and JJ Fielder, and Miss Emerson Spots. If you're in the back room, if you guys could make your way forward, please. Thank you.
My name is Zoe Olson. I'm a senior from Centennial High School. I'm also a theater company officer, head of props, lead stage manager, and head of tech. Additionally, these stars across my chest, awarded to me by the International Thespian Society, represent hundreds of hours dedicated to this program. In my case, more than 500. I believe that voting no on the vote for renewal, severing our district's connection to the International Thespian Society, would be an incredible disservice to students who have poured their hearts and souls into our programs as they stand, and removes an opportunity for excellence in the fine arts for every student who comes after us. As our thespian troops stand, we have students throughout the district achieving at the highest level of their craft, ranking superiors at our regional festivals, earning scholarship money through auditions held at Thespian Festival, and performing to earn the recognition for their hard work at graduation with honors and National Honors Thespian Awards. All things that could disappear if we're not allowed to renew our troop status. Removing our access to our community means theater students who are unconnected and unrecognized for their efforts. I urge you to vote yes to the renewal of our memberships as we continue to support the students who are prepared to shape tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Parker, you are up.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Parker Nolan, and I am one of two co-presidents representing Liberty Choir at Liberty High School. The arts are a lifeline for hundreds, if not thousands, of students throughout the Peoria School District. If the funding for our competitions is not approved, we lose a part of ourselves. As is known, a federal policy banning DEI was implemented in our district on May 29, 2025. We also recognize it as something this district is federally required to abide by. So, if nothing else can be done, and if this action must be passed, we request that you, our board, assist us in our mission to encourage these organizations and schools hosting our competitions to comply with this newly instated policy. These organizations and hosts include the EDTA, ITS, NAFME, NDEO, and NHSD. As the board that represents and oversees all Peoria School District educational centers, including my own, we all turn to you for much needed assistance. We need your help to keep our competitions, an indispensable part of our educational salvations, safe. We will all do our part, so please lift us up so we can shine for this PUSD community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Nicholas Jenkins.
Good evening, Governing Board, Cabinet, and honored guests. My name is Nicholas Jenkins. I am a sophomore at Centennial High School and a proud member of the Centennial Bel Canto Choir, the Improv Troupe, the Theater Company, and the International Thespian Society. I am here tonight to speak in strong support of the renewal of professional memberships for arts education. Renewing these memberships isn't just a formality, it's a lifeline. Without them, students like me would lose access to critical opportunities, competitions, workshops, resources, and recognition that prepare us for college and future careers. Being involved in the arts has given me so much more than just a place to perform. It's given me a place to belong, a place to grow, a place to dream, and now I aspire to pursue a career in the performing arts, something I never imagined possible before joining this community. So tonight, I urge you on behalf of myself, my peers, and many students who will come after us, please renew the professional memberships for arts education. These programs matter. They change lives, and they are worth investing in. Thank you for your time.
All right, next up, is it Masani? Is that right? Is it Marina Williams? Is that right? Okay. Sorry, I couldn't, if it was an S or an R, so I'm sorry.
Sorry. Evening, members of the board. My name is Marina Williams, and I am a senior in the Peoria Unified School District. The International Thespian Society provides students like myself and my peers with opportunities such as advanced scholarships, job opportunities, and further education. By voting to renew these memberships, you would be allowing students and faculty alike to continue to support and influence the future of our performing arts programs that provide funding through our performances. As the second youngest of 9 children in a lower class family, I may have less opportunities than some. But because of programs like the International Thespian Society, I and many others can still possibly afford to follow an education and career in something in which we are passionate about. Consider children and young adults like myself who will be voting in upcoming elections when you take your vote. Thank you for your time and consideration. Have the night you deserve.
Next public comment is Mariano Ortiz.
You can videotape. Yeah, they can.
She's in the back? Okay, we're gonna. While she's making her way up, I'm just gonna ask, is there a Mr. Cardenas in here? Okay, we'll move with you and then we'll come back to her.
Hello. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Reyes Cardenas. I'm a senior in the Peoria Unified School District. This board meeting is important to me because I'm a Latino student who partakes in the theater program. If our thespian membership doesn't get renewed, I have no choice of experiencing the arts festival, no chance of going to state, and even having an opportunity for college-like scholarships. Thanks to the program offered, I have chosen to major and explore a career in the arts. As a senior, this can limit my experience in my last year of high school when we seniors are trying to live it to the fullest. This also affects my peers, limiting their opportunities in the future. Think of the students like me when voting yes to renew the memberships. Thank you for your time, and have a great rest of your night.
Sorry, is Mariana Ortiz up yet, or is she not walked in? Did you not see her yet, Ms. Ari? No, okay. She's walking up. JJ? I don't know if he's in. Okay.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is JJ Fielder. I refuse to stand here with my emotions, so I'm simply going to provide information that I hope you are willing to hear. The International Thespian Society, I assume, has never considered spots based on appearance, ideology, or anything of the kind. It is purely based on skill, on how you are, and your passions. My passion is theater. I am not the greatest at the regular schools. I might not have an opportunity at a big college, but I do have an opportunity with the Thespian Society to be able to receive a scholarship, to be able to pursue a further education. Without this, I might not have a life. Thank you for your consideration and your time.
Thank you. Miss Erin. She's still coming? Okay. I think it's hard to read the small handwriting. I'm so sorry. Emerson Spots? Is that right? Okay. Very pretty cursive, though.
Thank you, and thank you for your time tonight.
As a veteran of theater, choir, dance, and the visual arts, I cannot believe how incredibly lucky I am to be a reoccurring advocate in the arts program, providing me with skills, opportunities, friends, memories, and knowledge to become who I am now. Everything I do with the love, service, and care taught to me within the arts program. Advocating everything from districts, communities, and festivals has made me realize how impactful the arts can be. The performance is the half of it. Our service is the whole of it. Renewing this motion will further provide active members with an open door of experience, value, importance, and a future. I implore you to make the right decision. Thank you for your time.
All right, I'm just going to come back to, yep, we got, all right, Mariano Ortiz.
Hello, my name is Mariano Ortiz. My assumption to that question is that none of you guys have probably stepped foot in a single theater. If I can ask you respectfully what exactly your problem is with our performing arts department, I would love to hear your answer. But I'm sure that there are way bigger problems in life than names and what we love with passion. But the students of the performing arts departments are not freaks, are not monsters. We are human beings who love doing what we do, and we have so much creativity, so much passion, so much of everything, it just makes your head spin right off. The paths we take and the paths that set us up for journeys are something we have to look forward to. The pins I'm currently wearing represent the International Thespian Society class of 2025 at Centennial High School. We don't plan to be the last. And if you think that you're proud of yourself for this decision, I advise you to think wrong, because right now, you should be ashamed of yourself. And we ask you to think strongly on this, because we will not stop fighting for what's right until yes is voted. Thank you, and no good night.
Clerk Toby, could you call who's next up? Thank you.
All right, next speaker is Sherry Stillman, followed by Tressa Rappold. And after that speaker, Gabriel Escudero, if you could make your way up to the front if you're in the back room. Thank you.
Good evening, President Brooks, members of the board, and Dr. Summers. I'm Sherry Stillman, and I am the principal of our Fine Arts School, our Fine Arts Academy, Foothills Elementary. Foothills is the only Fine Arts Academy and elementary school that has all of the arts. We have dance, we have band, we have music, we have choir, we have art, and we have every elective that all of the other schools would covet and love to have. This has a huge impact on our students and will severely limit the opportunities for our kids. And opportunity is what comes to mind for me, and I know I'm running out of time. So it is about opportunity for kids, it's opportunity for teachers, it's about a restriction in resources for teachers, it's about a restriction in resources and opportunity for kids. So I implore you to reconsider.
Thank you for your public comment. Tressa Rappold.
These students are a hard act to follow. Good evening, President Rooks, Governing Board, Dr. Summers, Cabinet, and community. My name is Tressa Rappold, and I am a Peoria Unified alumna, parent, teacher, and constituent. My two children attended Sunrise Mountain and benefited immensely by being involved in their marching band program. Color Guard and Winter Guard were where they found their people, learned to work hard, and gained lifelong skills. My colleagues in the performing arts have been notified that their groups may not be allowed to renew their memberships in their national organizations as they have done for decades. These memberships provide our students with many opportunities that come in the form of competitions, workshops, scholarships, honors, and awards. There aren't other options to which we can pivot. If we stop our drama clubs, marching bands, choirs, and dance troupes from joining their organizations, these opportunities will cease. I'm here to add my voice to the many who are calling for our district to continue to allow our students to benefit from these enriching experiences like my children did, like so many of my students have, and like all Peoria Unified students should be able to do.
Thank you. Next public comment, Gabriel? Yeah, okay.
And following Gabriel, we have Joe Ramon, we have Michelle Garcia, and Chris Burgess. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gabriel Scudero. I used to be a Centennial student. I graduated in 2015. I speak to you now as a community member. I'm now a director working in the local community. I've directed over 10 plays and a musical, and I'm on the board of 2 theater companies, and one of which I serve as president. I don't do this to speak my laurels and praises. What I'm doing this for is to show you what these programs can provide. If I didn't have access to Thespian Festival, if I couldn't have a great experience in the arts, I wouldn't be here where I am today. Every single student should have the exact same opportunities that I had. Every single one. If you do this, you are removing that from all of them. You are removing the potential, the doors that they can have. So please don't do this. Please don't be the school board, another school board that cut funding from the arts. I have 14 seconds. I cede my time to the rest of the students that deserve to speak. Thank you.
Joe is up next. Joe Rabin. I don't know if he's in the back. He's in the back? Okay. While we're waiting for Joe, we'll have Michelle Garcia. Might be in the back as well. Okay. Is there a Chris Burgess in here? Okay. All right. We'll just wait for these 3. If you want to name the next
I'll
3.
say who's on deck. So I have Jacob Summer, we have Rachel Johnston, and Rebecca Greifer.
Joe is not going to speak? Okay. Then we'll just wait for Michelle Garcia is next. So we have a Michelle Garcia. Yes. Welcome.
Good evening, board members and community. I just wanted to say a couple of years ago, my daughter hated school. She has always been a straight A student. She's very smart, and she was begging me to switch her to online. And we had some stuff going on at home, and she just lost her sparkle. And as a parent, it's so hard to watch your child go through that. And if you've experienced that, you feel so helpless, and you have all these emotions that you want to take it away. And I didn't know what to do. Last year, as a freshman, she joined Color Guard, art club, and then she was in her school's musical. She found her people, she found her passion, and she got her sparkle back. And so for me, this is very near and dear, and I just, ask you to consider all those things as you make your decision. Some people are concerned with these programs being too political one way or another, and I feel like sometimes combating that, we might go further in the other direction. And the goal right now is just for the kids and what's best for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Burgess.
And again, we have Jacob Summer, Rachel Johnson, and Rebecca Greifer on deck. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chris Burgess. I have 2 sons. Both of them are in the band and also the drama. So I just want to make something clear. Everybody in this room and everybody in this country is protected by the U.S. Constitution and the amendments within those Constitution. So that's extremely important. Whether you're right, left, doesn't matter. So second part is with the football season starting, one of the things that Coach Gannon always talks about is leaving your ego at the door and doing what's in the best interest of the team. So even though these kids don't have helmets on or football pads on, they're all part of this team. So take that into consideration when making the decision. Lastly, even though I'm part of the Generation X, I'd like to ask the Generation Z to take me as an honorary member, because I'm ashamed at the people that are making these decisions that are part of my generation and older who are very, the reason that we have the Constitution is to avoid meetings like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Jacob Summer. Clerk Toby, can you repeat the lineup?
Absolutely. Rachel Johnston, Rebecca Greifer, Hope Estel, and Deborah Alcarez.
Welcome.
Good evening, Madam President and members of the board. My name is Jacob Sumner. When I was at high school, I saw the benefits that strong theater, dance, and music programs had on both my friends and classmates. For a district that has a strong history of success there, I was just looking at a flyer the other day. 135 seals of arts proficiency, the first district in the West Valley to be named a best community for music education. I think it would be a shame if this district did not continue that. And so I urge you to support renewing these memberships. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel Johnson.
Hello, I am a mother of 5 children that are between the K through 8 and high schools at Peoria. I first want to acknowledge how much we have really loved and appreciated the Peoria district. Our children are blessed with phenomenal teachers. My children are genuinely excited to go to school every day, and I know that that's something that I don't take for granted. I know how blessed we are. My oldest started high school last year, and she had the opportunity to do marching band and theater. This completely changed her experience of high school. She loves it so much. She is taking a break from marching band this year because she's doing some other extracurriculars, but she's considering going back in the future. But if competitions are eliminated from marching band, she would probably not do marching band in the future. And she's worried that those systems would all just completely crumble. I ask you guys to please let these students, I'm not pro or anti-DEI, I just really want all of these students to have these opportunities. They are genuinely life-changing. It helps represent our district well.
Thank you. Rebecca. Okay.
Good evening, friends. The last 2 times I was in this very room was when my girls represented their school for the district patriotic speech contest. They lost. Okay. But that's not the end of the story. That's the beginning of their story. The Thespian Society conference held downtown, regional thespian competitions, equally so in our band's flag color guard and in DECA. Between our 2 girls, our girls participated actively in all of these wonderful activities. So I want to give you an idea of what our future students are about to lose. With each competition loss, our girls learned from each of their competitors and from the managing project companies, which were very well run. One of our daughters in theater earned her art seal, drama club scholarship, and participated in many positions throughout her 4 years with her drama club. I, as a mom, held off as long as I could as a volunteer because I knew it would be very involved. But those kids, not just my own child.
I'm so sorry.
But many of those children are very inspiring.
Thank you. Hope is up next.
Hi, my name is Hope Estel, and I'm an alumna of Centennial High School. I'm currently getting my degree in theater education at Grand Canyon University, and I feel like that in itself is a testimony to the positive impact that the arts have had on me. The programs that may be cut are programs that provide students with high-quality arts education, allowing them to be standout students who shine above. The resources students receive from these programs encourage them to go the extra mile in the arts. Becoming a national thespian in high school taught me about time commitment and leadership. Joining regional and district honor bands and competing in band competitions taught me solid work ethic and how to strive for my best at all times. I could list off countless of other real-world skills that these subjects and the resourceful programs connected to them have taught me. Not only do these programs provide real-world skills, but they also provide scholarship opportunities for students and allow them to build their resume and gain experience, setting them up for success in college and or post-high school life. If you care about the students in this district, you would keep these programs. You'd keep the programs that provide the teachers with professional development. You would fight for the students' abilities to go the extra mile and succeed at what they love. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah?
And up next, we also have...
Deborah, you're first. Yes, go ahead and walk up.
Yeah,
He's going to
I'm
just
gonna
read the
announce
next
few
ones.
ones. Deanna Carter, Marissa Cordova, Sarah West, and Dr. Chris Selberg.
And you may start. Yes.
Hi. Good evening to the board members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in front of you. I had some
talking points prepared, but quite frankly, I cannot speak as articulately and passionately as these amazing students. So I just wanted to focus on a statement earlier by the superintendent, by Ms. Garcia-Dugan, in terms of following DEI and ensuring that students are not selected for roles based on their gender, based on their nationality. And I just implore you as adults to think about that statement and realistically, when has that happened? Like, we know from an arts perspective, these kids are chosen from talent, right? And I can speak to that, I can attest to that. I have had 2 boys in band and a son in theater. He had anxiety, he took theater, he worked his butt off. I apologize, but this is near and dear to my heart. And I can attest to just the skills it takes to participate in these competitions and the opportunities that it brings. So please just take that into consideration as you vote.
Thank
For your
you.
time.
Deanna Carter. Okay. Marissa Cordova. I don't know if she's in the room. Okay. And then we'll come back to Deanna Carter.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Marissa, and I'm an alumni at Sandra Day O'Connor High School, class of 2012. And I was a member of the National Thespian Society in dance and also in choir as well. And when I heard that these programs were potentially being cut, I couldn't imagine these kids being without these programs. I had the privilege of being a part of these programs. I hope to become a mother someday, and I cannot imagine my children being without these programs because I built lots of relationships that I still have friendships today that are a big part of my life. And so theater has saved my life. It's saved many of my friends' lives. My life wouldn't be totally different without these programs and the experiences that I had. So please, please, please consider renewing. Thank you.
Thank you. Deanna Carter? Yes.
Ready to do some time. All right. Hi, my name is Deanna Carter. First and foremost, I am a Peoria alumni. I am a teacher and a parent to 2 kids in the district. I grew up in marching band. I competed and loved every minute of it, and I have so many great and fond memories. One of my biggest things is talking about our school motto, every student, every day prepared to shape tomorrow. They preach this to us teachers, and I feel it is very important that every student should be represented, as well as talking about competing helps, being competitive helps people work harder for things and things like that. So I feel like every student should have the opportunity to compete and help better themselves as people. Thank you.
Sarah West.
And after Sarah, we have Dr. Chris Selberg, we have Natalie Covert, Leslie Oliver, Rachel Thomas, and Charmel Bolster.
Good evening, everyone in the room, President Brooks and board. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm not super prepared to speak, just like our community is not prepared to not have these opportunities renewed. I was a band kid, jazz, marching band, wind symphony. I even went in to do drum corps and college music as well. I know that arts, theater, and music are at stake here. It sounds like you've been encouraged to vote for renewal from your leadership. We haven't heard anyone against it. This is what the community wants, and we really do count on you all sitting up in front of us to represent your community. So I don't want to try to refer to all my notes here, but we can also make data-driven decisions, right? The data shows that music activates the same part of the brain as math. And one of our KPIs that I heard is we want to increase our math scores by 3%. That's a direct correlation that you have the opportunity to impact.
Thank you for your public comment. Dr. Chris Selberg.
Dr. Selberg ran out of time. She had to go pick up her kids from an arts rehearsal.
Okay. All right. Natalie Covert.
President, Board, I think it would be really important to renew these programs, mainly because of the psychological, emotional, and social development they provide. Nobody's questioning the board's intent here. You're trying to make sure that you're legally covered so that you don't lose funding. But we just need to jump sometimes. Thank you.
Up next is Leslie Oliver.
And following Leslie, just a reminder, we have Rachel Thomas, Armel Bolster, Kristen Frey, and Dr. Tom Turner.
Good evening. My name's Leslie Oliver. I'm the mother of 6 children who have all been students at Peoria School District, including my youngest, who is sitting right here, not next to where I was sitting. All 6 of my children have benefited from music programs in the Peoria School District, including my youngest 4, who are all part of the chamber, who are, well, not currently, have all been part of chamber choir, which has not only been gone to lots of competitions, they are now have a legacy at Liberty High School, which my youngest son, Cooper, is a senior this year and is hoping to carry on that legacy for our family and with his high school. Opportunities for our art students to perform and to compete are not just extras, they are really important to our kids' success, to preparing for college, and to preparing to receive scholarships to pay for those colleges. So thank you so much for your time.
Rachel Thomas.
Good evening, President Rooks and the board. As a former member of PUSD, a parent of children in the district who currently participate in the arts, a former choir teacher in the district, I would like to state my ardent support for maintaining all professional memberships for arts education. As a student in the district, I personally was able to participate in multiple years of regional and all-state choirs, which were not only personally enriching for me, but also contributed to my ability to secure higher education scholarships. As a former choir teacher and long-term substitute, I have accompanied high school choir students to regional festivals, and I have seen firsthand how much those students were able to learn and grow as musicians from their participation. I've also attended AMEA professional development conferences, and I am still using many of the things that I learned there in my current teaching endeavors in teaching music to children and teens. Please do not take away these opportunities, and if you do, try to find ways that you personally can make this happen for these kids. Thank you.
Charmel Boster.
Good evening, board, again. I'm here in support of all the music teachers of this district. Having been a member of, not AMEA, but the Texas affiliate, I'm very familiar with this organization. It's the only one that our music educators have a chance to get professional development. It was begun in 1939 and is specifically dedicated to help the students and the teachers of our public school systems. So I think to deny them this opportunity, not only you've heard about the students, but the teachers for professional development and everything else that goes along with it is simply wrong. We have procedures in place that have been put in place by Dr. Hernandez when these people want to go on travel for professional development that protects us for DEI and all of the other things that the board has been so concerned about. So we don't need to be concerned about that. If you get past Dr. Hernandez's scrutinies, you've done a lot. So I wholeheartedly support this organization for our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Frey. I think she's in the back. Okay. I will just set it aside just in case. Okay. Dr. Tom Turner.
And following Dr. Turner, we have Christina Cox, we have Jennifer C., and Laura H.
Good evening, members of the board and our community, especially our students. My name is Dr. Tom Turner. I am the theater teacher at Liberty High School. My great pleasure and honor, having been there for 2 years. First thing I'd like to state in defense of the board, I know you're not against arts. Several of you I've met, you have kids who are in the arts. The issue is whether or not these national organizations will interfere with the DEI agendas. I'm here to speak that as far as the Educational Theater Association, it has zero impact. The only impact they have is we pay our fee out of our drama club dues, and we get certificates when the students actually achieve their induction. We set it based on the guidance you all give us. So even at the Arizona state level, if you go onto the website, there's zero DEI. In fact, I even brought the handbook for our competition. So I want to assure you all that. But the other thing, it's amazing back there in the back room. 200 or about 150 people. Thank you so much for treating our kids with respect and allowing them to do their civic duty. Whichever way this goes, I could not be more proud to be an employee of the Peoria School District. Thank you, my students, and thank you.
Thank you. Christina Cox.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a Peoria employee, a community member, and the proud parent of 2 current Peoria Unified students and 1 graduate. My oldest graduated a few years ago and is currently working in an academic research laboratory. Alex is a published author and a research scientist who helped lead a team that recently mapped and published the genome of Deinococcus sonorensis for the very first time. Alex was recently interviewed and had an article written about their work in this Peoria Unified magazine. If you'd like an autographed copy, I can arrange one for you. My neighbors, several of whom do not have children currently in our district, have come to my house to compliment me. They were excited, they were interested to read about my daughter and her inspiring education in the sciences and the arts in Peoria Unified School District. If you've read that article, you learn that my daughter credits much of her ability to be successful in a STEM field, not to her favorite junior high science teacher, but rather to the performing arts. The attention to detail, the need to practice and repeat tasks and routines in pursuit of not only perfection but also excellence as part of a team have contributed to her incredible success in a field that seems like it has nothing to do with marching band.
I apologize. Time is up.
Wow, that
I know
was
it goes
quick.
quick. I
Thank
know, I'm
you.
sorry. Jennifer C.
Good evening, President Brooks, Clerk Toby, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, guests. I have been part of this district. This is our 10th school year. I was so inspired during COVID, I went and became a substitute teacher in this school year. I was so inspired by that, I became a teacher. But first and foremost, above it all, I am a mama bear, even though my kiddos are coyotes and sharks, and they are proud band members. My daughter started in junior high on the flute, moved up to the baritone, the tuba, and the sousaphone. She has worked her butt off to be able to play this instrument, to march, to even pick it up, because if you've seen her, she's tiny. But she does it. And she is not here tonight, as many of the other band kids, because they are practicing for tomorrow night's game. These other associations are not PUSD. And so while I understand your motive, please, please do not take away these opportunities from our students and their successful futures. Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening to all 63 people.
Thank you. Laura. Oh, okay.
Following
Look at
Laura,
that.
we have April Leher, we have Lori B., and Micah Dyer.
Good evening. My name is Laura Heisinger. I'm the Performing Arts Lead and Choir Director at Cactus High School. As a woman of deep Christian faith and a veteran teacher, my mission statement as a personal teacher is that every student who passes through my class feels loved, they feel equipped, and they feel that they are challenged to grow. I feel that not only do we need to reconsider the professional memberships, which you guys, I'm so stinking proud of you. You have spoken so eloquently tonight. I think you need to go back to the drawing board and reconsider the whole thing. You already meet the criteria that the state of Arizona is asking for and the federal government is asking for. You are already in compliance. You are going beyond that policy, and you're asking for overly broad and very vague language. Frankly, there are unintended consequences. If we lose our professional memberships and the students lose these opportunities, you will lose students in this district.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to, I was trying to let you finish your last sentence. I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. April? Sorry.
I was rewriting a 3-minute speech down to like 20 seconds.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, hi, I'm April Lair. I teach dance at Foothills Fine Arts Academy. I've been a dance teacher in this district for 34 years now. I'm also a mom. And my kid's only sitting with me because his friends were in the overflow. So he didn't want to sit with me either. Anyway, you've heard it all from these kids. My 3-minute speech is going to tell you nothing new at all. I just want to reiterate what the awesome Liberty teacher said about how the ideological beliefs of our organizations, and I mean, I looked at the NDEO website and said, oh my God, they're gonna hate this part right here. Because it does say some stuff, but we have nothing to do with any of that. They might publish some articles and do some stuff, and we have nothing to do with that. They're just providing us some great stuff for our kids and giving them that National Honor Society and giving teachers this great PD that we can't find anywhere else. So I encourage you to vote tonight and don't put it off because we need to make plans and register for stuff.
Thank you. Lori, is there Lori? Blue? Okay.
Good evening. My name is Lori Blue. I'm the president of the Cobra Performing Arts Boosters for Cactus High School. We are the first and only performing arts booster in the state of Arizona. That happened 3 years ago when we decided that we were going to follow what Peoria wanted done. Every kid, every day. We were going to make sure everyone was taken care of. I would like to ask why it is that just the arts memberships are under question. Why are we not looking at AIA memberships? Our football teams have gone out and played every year, but did you know AIA has a very clear-cut DEI statement on their website? So why is it only our arts that are going to be held to that standard? I am not in this district. I chose Peoria. I have been an advocate for this district for 7 years. My son wants to work for this district when he graduates from college as a music educator because of who his teachers were. Don't do this to them.
Thank you. Next public comment is from Micah Dyer.
The next three are going to be on standby. We have Jordan Seitz, we have Rodell Lopez, and Ian Blue.
Good evening. My name is Micah Dyer. I'm a proud graduate of Ironwood High School and now at ASU West Valley campus studying secondary education. I was in the marching band. I played the largest bass drum throughout high school, and it was the highlight of my time in this district. But tonight, I think you have heard plenty about the importance of the arts. And so I just wanted to talk a bit about what I've seen tonight and how powerful it is. Students showing up, speaking out, and standing together for the arts. And that's the kind of action that changes things. When students organize, when students use their voices, they remind us that this district belongs to them, that their leadership can move mountains. So to every student who showed up tonight, I hope these students keep showing up because that your voices matter, not just on this issue, and you have to keep showing these 5 people up here who they work for. And who knows, maybe one of those students who spoke tonight will be sitting up in one of those seats someday.
Next public comment comes from Jordan.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jordan Seitz. I am an Ironwood alumni from 2024. I was in the Chelsea's choir for 3 years. I was also a color guard captain for 3 years, which I'm very proud about. I am in thespian. I was a thespian. I was a drama club officer. I love the arts so much at Ironwood that I went on to coach color guard at Liberty High School, and as we can see, Liberty has been very vocal tonight, which makes me very proud, and I got to see firsthand how important the performing arts is for those students. The PUSD Arts is one of the strongest programs I've ever seen. If you do research online, not many students get to have this opportunity, and it's very important to keep this in the district because as we have all said, that we are going to lose students if these memberships are not renewed. It is very important for students to have these programs because it saves lives. I know that it saved mine. We've heard from many people that it has saved theirs. So thank you for your consideration and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Ian?
And following Mr. Blue, we have John Denton, we have Kristen Collier, and Amy Teague.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Ian Blue. I am the first husband of the Cobra Performing Arts Booster Club. I came here with a long speech to talk to you about the benefits. Everybody has talked about that. I've heard some of these kids telling you it's a lifeline, but you may not know that that's literal. As a band parent for the last 4 years, I've watched these kids come in to band camp, getting and helping fit them for the uniforms. And in doing so, I've seen cuts on their arms, self-inflicted, and their legs. Some fresh, some not. But I've also watched them come in year after year. Those cuts have healed. This is healing them, not just physically, but emotionally. Some of them, it has literally, physically saved their lives from suicide. Please do not take this away from them. Thank you.
John Denton.
Thank you very much for your time today. This will echo a lot of the things up here, so I'll keep it quick. I'm speaking today as a parent of 2 boys in the arts in PUSD, a graduate of the arts in PUSD myself, and a current Arizona music educator. I'm greatly concerned about the latest proposal to cut ties with organizations that have a structured DEI policy. These organizations, including Thespian Society, NAFME, and several other arts-based facilitating groups, do not support an agenda based on DEI, but rather have policies set forward to make sure all communities of students and their own staff are served. I believe that removing district membership from these organizations will decrease student opportunities for performance and scholarship, reduce community engagement, and further politicize the use of DEI as rhetoric instead of its true purpose, which is to unite our differences while celebrating the individual. I am extremely curious why the arts in particular have been targeted for this, and why we haven't flagged groups such as, what's said before, Canvas, Microsoft, and AIA. This seems to carry stigma with it and frames supporters of non-renewal and reputable arts organizations in PUSD poorly, and illustrates that not all decision makers are here for all students. As an educator, I could not imagine alienating large groups of students in this way. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Mind me if I'm not looking at you. I don't want to cry, so I apologize. I am the Vice President and Secretary of our Ironwood Band Community Foundation. I have 3 kids in this district who love the arts. On top of that, we have close to 90 other kids in our marching band right now that I care for every single one of them just as much as my own kids. Just like this gentleman had said, we have seen how these arts have changed their lives for the better. Please do not cut this for them. Thank you.
Amy is next.
Following Amy, we do have Jennifer P., Michael Burns, and Rhett Penn.
My name's Amy. I'm here tonight as a proud parent, community member, and advocate to ask that you do not cut ties with performing arts organizations. I understand the concerns about potential funding cuts tied to DEI policies have caused the board to feel apprehensive about our district's future. However, both the Arizona Department of Education and the U.S. Department of Education have already confirmed federal compliance within these organizations, which in itself should provide reassurance. I urge you, before making any decisions driven by fear, to carefully review whether these organizations actively promote DEI, support DEI, or simply categorize that way because their participants do not fit traditional stereotypes. Cutting ties to these programs would impair students' emotional well-being, diminish prospects for higher education, and weaken community ties. For the sake of our children's health, futures, and unity, I ask you to preserve and invest in our performing arts.
Thank you. Jennifer?
Good evening, President Rooks and members of the board. I come to you as a parent who specifically moved to the Peoria Unified School District because of our fine and performing arts programs. I graduated in 1999. I was an International Thespian Society member. I'm a parent of Ryan right here. I teach art and ceramics at Cactus High School. In the last 20 years of my teaching experience, I have seen how Participation in performing arts programs increases attendance rates. It increases math scores. It increases reading. It increases writing skills. Besides just saving lives, the long-term benefits of this is going to last for decades. I've seen kids stay in school and graduate because of these programs. So I ask you, I beg you, as a parent, a teacher, a community member, not to cut ties with these memberships. And kids, you did great.
Michael Burns.
Good evening, and thank you. First of all, thank you all for the children that came out to spoke on their behalf. Very proud of you for that, to have that pride and strength to come up and do this. My name is Mike Burns. I'm here as a father and a high school hockey coach. I was very proud and very excited and proud tonight to go and watch my daughter Kaylee sing our national anthem for Liberty High School's first football game. Instead, while she sings to honor this country, I am here to fight for the very program that's being eliminated. Your mission states that all students will have the opportunity to strive for their highest potential and that we will encourage all students in their journey towards their future. As a coach, I know all the opportunities that are afforded athletes via scholarships and grants, but we are not discussing cuts to athletics tonight. The opportunities for artists and musicians as well, thousands of dollars in grants and scholarships. Just like athletes, these students showcase their talents through competition. Last year, I watched Kaylee perform in statewide marching band competitions to see who was deserving of those scholarships. You would be taking away the opportunity for my daughter and for the hundreds of sons and daughters all around this district to reach their highest potential by your decision if you cut these programs. Please do not stifle our children's future and have the integrity to continue a well-rounded education.
Thank you for public comment. Rhett Penn.
Before I take the stand, please do not hit that timer just yet. I have a quick yes or no question for Ms. Bowles. Last time I was here, you mentioned that your son was a former student.
I apologize. We are not allowed, as like governing board law, we cannot address any questions from
Then
individual
forgive me
committee
for
members.
relying on my infallible memory. I'm running on caffeine and a prayer right now. But the
That's
last
okay.
time I came here 2 weeks ago, Ms. Bowles, you were so kind to comment that I was a teacher of your child. I am thankful for that. I'm sorry if I do not directly remember them. I've had so many students in the 13 years I've been here. And if I'm correct, it was a guitar class. Now, the thing is, I want to point out that my experience in teaching guitar was absolutely nil when I started in this district. I put on my resume that I play guitar, which I do. However, I did not teach it before. And the curriculums that were provided were not the best. It wasn't until I attended an AMEA conference where I was able to take workshops in how to properly teach guitar that my students got much better. Also, I have the same comment about ukulele. I teach it to my young children. I love it. Unfortunately, I did not know how to teach it well. It wasn't until, wow, you got fast on the start there. Anyway, it wasn't until I attended another AMEA conference that I was able to finally engage my students, see more enthusiasm in my ukulele classes, and see success. It is offered in there. And also, Foothills is going to be putting on the Addams Family. Congratulations, Liberty. It's November 18th, 19th, and 20th.
Okay, I have to cut you off.
I'd love
I'm
to
so
see
sorry.
you there.
Okay. Next public comment, Jody Brackett.
And following Jody Brackett, we have Justin Steckman, we have Emily Saturn, and Ashley McComb.
I'm going to be reading from the website of the programs. To remove barriers to assessing our financial assistance programming for BIPOC and ensure equity, radically redesign, revise, and expand needs-based practices, including scholarships and grants, achieving 50% BIPOC teacher recipients and 50% BIPOC student recipients. Membership fee waivers for predominantly BIPOC schools. And BIPOC means Black, Indigenous, and people of color. What I'm saying is this is DEI, this is on the actual program on their website. Additionally, it says EDTA operates the Educational Theater Foundation, the organizations
I'm sorry.
dedicated to increasing opportunity access to
Ms.
school
Brackett.
theater, oppression perpetuated by white supremacy in the United States.
Your time is up. Thank you. Next public comment, Justin Steckman.
All right, 1 minute goes fast. Good evening, world. I'm here tonight as a voter, concerned citizen, and a lifelong theater kid and thespian. I'm here to echo the sentiments of all these tremendously talented students and implore you not to cut ties with these organizations. The nationally recognized honor societies for theater, music, and dance. And as we all know, college admissions officers value them because they provide structured, verifiable recognition. Can help get these students into college. The benefits go well beyond recognition. These groups award hundreds of thousands of dollars in scholarships every year, and they give students direct access to colleges through auditions, performances, and national conferences. Students that are involved in these organizations on average earn higher GPAs, graduate at higher rates, and enroll in more competitive colleges than their peers that are not involved. To put it bluntly, removing access to these organizations would put our students at a significant disadvantage compared to students in other districts, and I respectfully ask you to keep them in place. Thank you.
Emily.
Following Emily, we have Ashley McComb, Noel Fleeben, Devin Mosler, and Aiden.
Good evening. So I'm actually reading a statement from my daughter, who's 13 and was at marching band rehearsal. As a young student in the performing arts, it breaks my heart to hear that the PUSD governing board is considering not renewing membership in local and national arts organizations that support PUSD teachers and students. I'm very involved in band and orchestra at Apache Elementary and even in the Sunrise Mountain High School marching band. I've seen so many students involved in the performing arts in PUSD, and I've never seen it make a negative impact on anyone. Not only do the performing arts provide a supportive environment to students, but it also sets them up for successful futures. Many students have been granted scholarships based on their ability in the arts, and I hope to be one of them in the future so I can pursue a career in music education. By removing the support for music, choir, and theater teachers, you are stripping students, including myself, from future opportunities. For some, the school's arts programs are the only classes and experiences available for them, especially for those in large ensembles such as band, orchestra, and choir. As the only 8th grader in marching band, I can say my life has been changed from this experience.
Thank you.
And I have more, and I will.
Thank you. Ashley McComb.
Good evening. My name is Ashley McComb. I have 4 children. This year, I'm lucky enough to have a freshman, junior, and senior in Peoria Unified. My older 2 have had the privilege of attending Leadership Camp, Thespian Festival, and they were both inducted into the Thespian Society. If these memberships are not renewed, my freshmen will never have those opportunities. This week, I put out a petition and garnered overwhelming support and public outcry. Right now, it has over 3,000 signatures on it. The community has spoken. The kids have spoken. Please listen to them. I don't want to be forced to pull my children from this amazing district, but if you guys won't fight for their futures, I will. Thank you.
Noel, next.
Good evening, everyone. I considered a lot of messages. Most of them have been covered by previous speakers. I will, especially by our students. One thing that I think about when I was a student who had access to a lot of the performing arts opportunities that are afforded currently is that if trusted adults had taken those from me, I would have felt punished. I would not have understood the full concept. Obviously, we have some quite mature young adults who have a deeper understanding of those things, but that would not have been my perspective. I would have felt punished for that. And so don't punish our students for potential misunderstandings in adult nuance. Thank you.
Devin Mosler.
Earlier, we heard from a mother whose daughter had lost her sparkle, only regaining that sparkle through participating in the arts competitions these memberships provide. I seem to recall just a few years ago that one of our board members stood at this very podium begging for her own child to be given the opportunity to return to school unmasked, as he too had lost his sparkle, as the smiles of his peers were hidden By not approving these memberships, you are essentially masking the joy of our students that are participating in these arts programs that deserve better.
Last public comment, I believe, is it Aiden? Yes, Aiden, welcome.
Howdy. I didn't realize I'd be going last. Now I feel silly. I didn't prepare anything today. I didn't prepare to sit here and speak in front of you guys, but band changed a lot for me. I moved from across the country, from Indiana, and I didn't have anybody here. It's pretty hard. But I found a home. I found a home in band. Sorry, I'm trying not to cry. I don't do that a lot. But I think cutting this program would take a ton from everybody. This stuff is an effect on everyone's kids, whether they're in band or not. Every time I'm at a football game, I swear we get more cheers than the football team does. I don't know why they play football around the band competitions, but they just do. And I don't know, I feel like it's something you just can't replace. Whether it's DEI or not, I didn't even know that was the reason you were cutting it, I'm not gonna lie. So hopefully you will keep it. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. And that concludes our 64, because he turned in his late, so 64 public comments. Nope, we always take them. So we will go to each board member for any questions or comments. Mrs. Ewing.
Thank you, President Rooks. First off and foremost, I want to thank the students for coming out. You all are amazing, and if there was ever any question about how great the arts programs are in Peoria with this amount of not only students showing up, but just the community that has shown up, and listening to all of the accomplishments that our students have had even beyond our walls, that just shows you how amazing our arts program is, and and also our teachers and the skills and talents of all of our students. So I just want to recognize that and say thank you to the students. For myself, this program provides three key things. It provides equal access to all of the students. It provides, its merit matters most. These programs, as many of the students have said, it relies upon, it's the talent that's coming forward. It's not other things. And fairness for all. And I think those are principles that, regardless of where you stand, that you can all agree on, that that's what Peoria is about, is providing equal access and opportunities for students. And I believe that as board members, we are given the burden of making sure that we provide as many opportunities for our students to succeed, which is those scholarships opportunities and all of the opportunities beyond our walls that these programs provide. I'm in support of this program and is renewing these memberships. And I want to let you all know that my daughter was in the arts program, and I have continually complimented Mr. Schaefer at Liberty High School. He is an amazing art teacher, and everywhere I go, I see those same amazing teachers everywhere. So I just want to let you know I'm in strong support of this, so thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, questions or comments?
Man, I feel like such a proud mom. We need theater kids at every board meeting. You guys are so well spoken and really speak to the heart of why the performing arts are so crucial. When I'm up here, you know, I'm first and foremost a mom. So my first son got dropped off for college, but I brought this with me. Do you know what this is? This is his thespian honor cord. And my 6'1" rugby playing son, when he went to Liberty High School, did not see theater on his future. And he took theater to check a box, to fulfill a requirement. And it really changed his whole high school experience. We dropped him off for college, but he's going into screenwriting now, and it completely helped, I would say, every area of his life. I wanted to quickly touch on a comment I think Parker made. When issues like this come up, and when they're on the agenda, when President Rooks and Clerk Toby make the agenda, sometimes you can go online and we move a little bit off center of what exactly we're talking about. I think Parker did a great job. The arts programs are not in danger of being cut. That was never, ever on the table. Why this went on the agenda, I'm assuming, is because with the DEI things that have come out with this new administration, no matter what we think or feel, we are bound by federal law. And the funding source, how we pay for these memberships, we have to figure that out. So these memberships are currently paid for out of Title II funds, which are federal funds. So we have two jobs. We need to, consult with our lawyers, which is why we were in executive session to see, is this legal? Can we as a board legally renew these? So the district does their due diligence, reaches out to Arizona Department of Ed, we talk to our lawyers, and then they make a recommendation that they feel is in the best interest of the students, keeping us in the bounds of legality. Now, second, and maybe this will be a job for all these amazing students and parents who came, is what do we do in the future? No matter what happens on a federal level, if we want to maintain these programs, we have to figure out permanent funding sources, and there are other ways to fund this. And so that's going to be, I would say, our job moving forward is to ensure that we have permanent funding sources so that as administrations change, these programs are not called into question. I don't think there's anybody up here who is anything but 100% supportive of the arts, regardless of what you may have read online. Many of our children have done it. We're in 100% support. 100% support of the arts, and we know how important this is. And we have heard you loud and clear, and I would love for those voices, those great voices that all of you have, to continue to contact these organizations too, to say, hey, help us as we move forward. So again, echoing what Ms. Ewing said, completely in support. I understand why these organizations are life-changing and so crucial, and the very last thing I would ever do as a board member is take opportunity away from students. So thank you all for coming.
Mrs. Bowles, any questions or comments?
Yes, Ms. Profit. Also, I was going to talk about Mr. Parker because he also said we need to come up with better solutions, and I would agree with that. Well said, Ms. Profit. I'm not going to speak for anyone else on the board, but my husband was a childhood actor. He was in movies. I'm not. That's not me at all. But I started the first thespian club at Cactus High School because my daughter was in thespian. Probably holds the record for how many hours, so it's very close to my heart. And thank you. You did teach guitar, and I play guitar, so I knew you didn't know how to teach guitar. But you were good. You're animated, and you kept them busy, and that was good. And it did make impact. My daughter did get a scholarship I'm very familiar with. Had to even talk to her, hey, what do we do? She said, Mom, you can't take this away. This is the only thing they have for scholarships. But I want to clear something up. DEI, without getting into, I don't know, there's a lot of misconception of what it means. It does not mean civil rights. I'm very familiar with what that means. We are not taking that away in any way, shape, or form. DEI, actually, my daughter probably wouldn't have gotten a scholarship if it had to be through DEI because they would have focused more on the non-white kids. Let's be real. I am very much against DEI for those reasons, and so there's just a lot of misconception. Very close to my heart. Like Ms. Profit said, never been on the chopping block. That's not where we're at, but the truth is we have to abide by the law, number one, and we have to protect kids. And it puts us in a bad situation. It puts us in a rough spot because we shouldn't have to do that. We really shouldn't. The students that, I'm going to say performed, because you did a really good job tonight, and it was amazing, amazing, amazing. Kudos to all of you. But if you got together and said to these agencies, look, we want these scholarships, we want to be involved with this, but get rid of that garbage. We don't need that garbage. We can make a change in that. I would be 110% on board with that and help with whatever I could do to help you. Because I'm here for the next generation. Like, I'm fine, but I will fight for the next generation and the opportunities. So just know that was never on the chopping block. Thespian, arts, all of that is very, very important, and I know how important that is. So thank you, all the students and teachers that came out, because I know it's getting late and probably close to curfew. But thank you. Yeah, we do appreciate that a lot. Thank you.
Clerk Tobin, any questions or comments?
Yes, thank you. Just to paint the picture, we've received lots of emails, lots of phone calls, and I tried to reply to as many as I could. Overly inundated, smoke was coming from the phone. Like, I appreciate all the reach out. We were in a pickle back in this August 7th when President Rooks and I were part of an agenda planning session, trying to be in close alignment with what cabinet and the direction of our district. We were presented with a question of what do we do? And what was presented to us were some of these agencies and associations that have content or has outright discrimination against students. And as Mrs. Bull said, we don't want to take anything away. I appreciate learning more about the Thespian Society, about the 200,000 scholarships annually. But according to page 14 of their 2025 publication, so this might be new to a lot of people in Thespian Society, that unless you're Black or unless you're Indigenous, your chances of getting any of those scholarships just got cut by 50%. So that is their board's policy, that's their stance, that they are revising and changing what they do, which impacts students. And I think one thing that I look at when I try to be objective is, does a company, does an entity, does a curriculum provide a benefit or a burden to students based on those characteristics such as race or gender, right? And in this case, when presented with the question of what do we do, it's a very hard spot to be in because we do have to abide by federal law, because we do have to be within those guidelines of how we spend the federal money. And when a society openly states in their publication for 2025 the changes that they are making, I feel very in a difficult spot because I think we all support the arts. I mean, the very first Shaping Tomorrow award that we provided as a board was to Mr. Panzer because of his role in the arts. We value the arts program, we value the band, we value all of these programs. But I personally say shame on the Thespian Society for having such a stance that puts our position or puts our students in a position at a disadvantage for all these opportunities that they probably deserve if they're considering race as a component of how they award their monies. So when the Arizona Department of Education provides guidance saying that these organizations needs to be based on interest and ability, not race and ethnicity, Cabinet presents us with the question, what do we do? And that's why we're here. And so I think that arts are for everyone. I heard a student say arts are for everyone. Correct, they are for everyone, not 50% of everybody. And the young lady who cited the Pledge of Allegiance, justice for all, correct, for all, not 50%. So it shouldn't be political. That one association, I believe, has made it political. So I would urge you, I'm asking for your help, all of those that emailed me, that texted, that signed the petition, to reach out to this organization and ask them to correct action. So that's my ask for you. I am in support of renewing because I don't want to take away opportunities from our students, but I have to call it what it is. Thank you.
So I just want to say thank you to everybody for coming out tonight. And I wanted to make sure that everybody's voices were heard. And I don't speak a lot about my own personal life, but I wanted to let you guys know when I was 5 years old, my mother signed me and my little sister up for dance. And I took dance, I took ballet, tap, point, jazz, performance for almost 17 years of my life. And then I took dance at Sunrise Mountain High School, and it sucked even getting an email from the dance teacher that I had. Like, I don't want to make this decision. I grew up with dance. I took theater at Sunrise Mountain High School. My kids love choir. They love band. My oldest just signed up for steel drums at Liberty High School with an amazing director there. So to say that I don't care, this is devastating to vote on this. I'm also not just a board member, I'm a mom too, and I'm so frustrated that I keep seeing these associations that makes have to choose this decision. Jeff Dobie is right. Dr. Hernandez and Dr. Summers, we didn't tag the arts. We didn't have a direct hit target on them. They came forward to both of us and was like, these are the associations that have this in here. And we just looked at each other like, what are we supposed to do? It even says on here that the 2025 Racial Equity Plan for the Thespian Society, that they will radically redesign and revise the EDTA and ITS awards, including the Hall of Fame, from an anti-racist lens. And it says that they will have at least 50% of awards go to BIPOC. That is concerning to me because I didn't see everybody that was speaking tonight, all you students. I didn't see your skin color. I heard your voice. I heard your passion. That's what I want to look at. I want to see how excited you are for these programs. And so it's so frustrating to see these associations not see how amazing you guys are based on your passion, your commitment, your drive. And instead, they look at 50% of awards goes to the basis of your skin color. If that said, at least 50% of awards goes to Caucasian students, that would be racist. That would be discriminatory. And it's the same way. I want all kids to have that opportunity. So to say that I don't care or the rest of the board doesn't care, we wouldn't have ran for these seats if we didn't care. Because this is a volunteer position. We put all of our time into all of this. And I have seen the emails, I have seen everything, and I so badly want to support these kids and these programs. But as Clerk Toby said, these associations need to also be accountable because that is racist. They shouldn't be looking at 50% of the awards goes to based on skin color. If that is what the United States and the Constitution is supposed to strive for, then that's what it needs to say. And the federal government, yes, it's being looked at in the courts, but from a year from now, we have no idea what's going to happen. So you may think I'm an evil person, you may think that I don't care, but that's not true at all. No matter what anybody says out there, I care about the arts. I grew up in the arts. I don't look at anybody's skin color. I look at them as a person. And I look at our students, and I mean, that is just a terrible thing to see on an association that is supposed to be for kids, all kids. And so it's not anything to do, it's not even the DEI. I feel that this is taking it a step further, what they are putting on their website for their 2025 year. And so that is why we had the executive session. That's why we were here tonight, and we wanted to hear from everybody. And I'm so frustrated as a mom too with these associations that they have to put us in these positions. So I hope that everybody is as passionate as they are tonight. I hope that they are passionate enough to advocate for all students when it comes to these associations and what they put on their websites. Because I would hate for a kid who puts all of their hard work into their theater, their performances, all the hours they spend, but they don't get an award based on the color of their skin. I don't want that on my shoulders when I vote through something like this, because that would be devastating to me. So I just wanted to make sure it was not about attacking the arts. It wasn't. It was brought to us by Dr. Summers and Dr. Hernandez on, hey, these are the ones that we found. What do we do? So I just wanted to end that with my comment, and Mrs. Bowles is looking at me, so I don't know if she wants to speak again.
I just wanted to motion to consideration of renewal of professional membership for art education with the stipulation that we will find another way to fund this as a district in the future, and that we will make very, very clear boundaries as a district around DEI and not entertaining that.
Can I make a substitute motion?
Yes.
I appreciate you. But without, my motion is this, based on, because we don't know what the future holds for next year, that we move forward with approval, consideration of renewal of professional memberships for the arts education with a letter from the district explaining our stance with future consideration to follow pending legal litigation.
And I'll second. I actually was going to say, you know, somebody made a comment that Dr. Hernandez is the letter writer. Maybe just have her write a letter, but Mr. Toby already did that, so.
Okay, so we have a motion made by Clerk Toby and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. And Azure, if you could run us through a voice vote.
President Rooks, if you, or Azure, when you have that, can you repeat what that full motion is once it's?
Yes, Azure, can you repeat that when you're done? Thank you.
I have moved to approve the renewal of professional memberships for the arts education as presented with the inclusion of an attestation statement.
Thank you, Azure.
Mrs. Ewing.
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit.
Yes.
Ms. Bowles.
Yes.
Mr. Toby.
Yes.
President Ricks.
I'm going to explain my vote before I vote. I'm going to say that I denounce the EDTA for labeling the United States as oppressors perpetrated by white supremacy off of their website and the discrimination that they have against our students. But with this, I vote yes. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, everybody, for coming tonight. We are going to take a few-minute break so that everybody can use the restroom up here. All right, coming back to our regular board meeting, we're going to be moving on now to 7.2, consideration and approval of intergovernmental agreement between the Vail Unified School District and the Peoria Unified School District for the Beyond Textbook programs. Dr. Hernandez. And I believe our principal is here also from Mr. Bagwell. Thank you for staying so late. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. Thank you for the opportunity to bring forward consideration of the IGA between the Vail School District and Peoria Unified, which would allow our Lake Pleasant Elementary teachers access to the Beyond Textbooks platform for the 25-26 school year. This evening's presentation will highlight updates to the 25-26 IGA that support clarity in aligning to Peoria Unified vision, mission, values, and governing board expectations. I'll spend a little time providing a brief overview of what Beyond Textbooks is and what it is not. I'll hand the presentation over to Mr. Schuff, who oversees and serves as the executive director supporting Lake Pleasant Elementary. Mr. Bagwell, principal from Lake Pleasant Elementary, will share about his school. Then we'll roll up our sleeves, and Mr. O'Neill, our program evaluator for Peoria, will then end with some findings and discussion regarding our governing board consideration. So we'll begin by looking at the IGA. I'd like to call attention to a few specific sections. I'm going to have Terry bring that up for us. We're going to begin with Article 2, Obligations of the District. Item E, which is our responsibility to inform our employees of Lake Pleasant Elementary that the Beyond Textbooks website is not to be accessed for teacher-submitted resources, to remind our Lake Pleasant Elementary employees of their obligation to only utilize governing board-approved curriculum, and to understand that access to Beyond Textbooks, teacher-submitted resources, is not authorized by the agency or the district. In letter F, even though there is no student access to this tool or any place to enter student data, we have asked that this item be added for transparency. Item F reads to not share any personally identifiable information of its students with the agency. As such information, data sharing is not necessary for the purposes of this agreement. Moving on to Article 3, Obligations of the Agency. Letter B, to provide a set of curriculum calendars using the agency instructional sequence, which fits the district's yearly academic calendar. This is their commitment to utilize our scope and sequence here in Peoria Unified. Letter D continues, and it reiterates again to restrict the use of teacher-submitted resources on the Beyond Textbooks website by district employees and teachers, underscoring our commitment to district-approved and board-approved resources only. And finally, Article 4, letter N. The phrase equal education opportunity is a direct reference to our governing board's DEI resolution, with the addition of equal education opportunity. Wanted to highlight those changes from last year to this year in the IGA to add that clarity and alignment to Peoria Unified. We'll go back to our presentation now. Beyond Textbooks is a tool for teacher use in supporting building deeper understandings of the Arizona state standards. This is not student-facing, and it is not used by students, only used by teachers to support their instructional planning. There are no Beyond Textbook resources or curriculum accessible to the Lake Pleasant Elementary teachers, as the platform focuses on state standards, not curriculum, in its Lake Pleasant Elementary implementation. Upon successful implementation in the 24-25 school year, Lake Pleasant is requesting governing board consideration for a second school year. I'd like to welcome Mr. Schuff to the podium to introduce Mr. Bagwell and Lake Pleasant Elementary.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, and guests. I am Dale Schuff, one of the executive directors for elementary education, supervisor for Lake Pleasant Elementary School. Tonight we are pleased to bring this recommendation for your consideration, and I would like to thank Mr. Bagwell, Principal Bagwell, for his leadership in pursuit of academic excellence. It is my honor to introduce the principal of Lake Pleasant Elementary School, Mr. Aaron Bagwell.
Thank you for that round of applause. Appreciate it. President Rooks, members of the governing board, Dr. Summers, cabinet members, and members of the Peoria Unified community. I am honored to serve as principal and represent Lake Pleasant Elementary tonight, which is currently one of our highest performing schools in the district. As you know, this success is a direct result of the hard work and dedication of our exceptional teachers and strong support of the community that we serve. While we are proud of our current standing, we remain committed to continuous growth. Our goal is to become the top elementary school in the state of Arizona. We believe that leading with excellence is essential to accomplish this, and Beyond Textbooks is currently one of the key tools assisting us to achieve this goal. So with that, I'd like to introduce Mr. Richard O'Neill, Peoria Unified's program evaluator, who conducted the program evaluation to determine the effectiveness of Beyond Textbooks in helping us achieve these goals we set for our campus. Thank you.
I definitely don't need a round of applause. President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, community, and guests, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for this opportunity. It's not often that I get to get up in front of everybody and kind of show the meat and the math and the evaluation behind what I do. So I really appreciate this opportunity to share this program evaluation, which was conducted as part of the conditions for initially approving the use of Beyond Textbooks at Lake Pleasant Elementary. As with any program evaluation, it's imperative that you have to start with the research questions before you begin. You can't go through the process and then look back and see, oh, what happened? You have to decide, what do we want to get out of this program in order for us to consider it a success? And then we assess everything through that lens. Did it achieve what we wanted it to achieve? Is it assisting our students? Is it assisting our teachers? If the answer is no, then the decision is clear. And if the answer is yes, then hopefully the decision is clear also. With that in mind, I'm going to take you through each of the 3 research questions very quickly. I'm going to go for the 1-minute version of the speech rather than the 3-minute version because it's definitely getting a little bit late. I'm going to take you through each of the 3 program evaluation questions and just share a little bit about the methodology behind it and how we decided to assess the effectiveness of the program. So the first research question was, do Lake Pleasant teachers believe that having access to Beyond Textbooks will help them to plan units and lessons more efficiently? In order to assess this, we conducted surveys at the beginning and at the end of the year with Lake Pleasant staff. In those surveys, there weren't just the first two research questions that you're going to see today. There were also 5 other questions that we essentially used as a control to see, have attitudes towards the school changed in general throughout the year? I.e., if these questions demonstrated a 5% increase, but the control questions also demonstrated a 5% increase, then essentially that means there's no real change. With that in mind, the responses to the final survey, the proportion of teachers responding positively to this question, i.e. agree or strongly agree, had raised 20 percentage points, where the responses to the control questions had actually dipped by around 6 percentage points, which is not unusual at the end of a very long elementary school year when you're taking it right at the end of the year. This did reach the level of statistical significance, and what that means is that the chance that these results would have occurred just naturally as a natural phenomenon is very unlikely. In fact, it was around a 7.8% chance of getting results like this just by random chance. So we can pretty confidently say that Lake Pleasant teachers believed throughout the year that having access to the parts of the Beyond Textbook program that they have access to helped them to plan units and lessons more efficiently. The second research question is fairly similar and the methodology was almost identical. Do Lake Pleasant teachers believe that Beyond Textbooks will help them to plan, develop and administer common formative assessments, and analyze and respond to data more effectively? Again, that increased by also 20 percentage points. One notable thing there is the percentage of teachers which disagreed with the statement was 4%. So it was incredibly low. It again, the difference between it and the control questions reached the level of statistical significance.
It was a slightly higher percentage because of the lower percentage that disagreed. It was 8% for the first question. I should have mentioned that and I didn't, apologies. So it again reached the level of statistical significance, and we can confidently say that it was not down to random chance. There was an actual difference that was made. The third, and in my mind, the most important of the research questions was, do students at Lake Pleasant demonstrate a higher level of academic achievement following the introduction of Beyond Textbooks? In order to assess this, we had to be very careful because Lake Pleasant is one of our highest achieving high schools. So we couldn't just point to the results and say, oh, look, they are good, because we already knew they were going to be good before the academic year started. So the methodology that was chosen was to look at the difference between the Arizona State average and the Lake Pleasant classes, and then assess which classrooms and which grade levels actually implemented the use of those unpacked standards and unwrapped documents, and then consider, did they perform higher than their peer classrooms that did not use the program as effectively? In math, the classrooms where Beyond Textbook was used demonstrated a 5.2 percentage point increase over the classrooms where it was not used. That did reach the level of statistical significance, and I wish my students were still here, because I actually teach AP statistics in the morning. Some of my students came and spoke today, and they are going to learn exactly what statistical significance means tomorrow morning. And I thought it was entertaining that I then get to get up in front and give this presentation. The chance of that happening at random, so that you would randomly select all of the students in Lake Pleasant High School and just randomly organize them by classes, the chance that they would end up such that one group of students would perform 5.2 percentage points higher than any other was less than 0.01%. For ELA, there was also an increase of 1.2%. That did not quite reach the definition of statistical significance, which is more stringent than it is for survey questions. For survey questions, there needs to be generally a less than 10% chance of it happening at random. For numerical considerations, it needs to be less than a 5% chance. And this was around 9% possibility of happening by random chance. So it did not quite meet the level of statistical significance. However, there is a good chance that if the same thing was done with a larger sample size and the difference remained the same, which is not a given, that it would reach the level of statistical significance. So in math, extremely strong gains. In ELA, noticeable gains, but not enough to statistically say it was caused by this program. In terms of the key findings, on average, teacher efficiency and efficacy appears to have improved in those classrooms where Beyond Textbooks was implemented with effectiveness. We saw a genuine impact to student outcomes in mathematics. We saw an increase in the ELA proficiency on the Arizona State assessment that did not quite reach the level of significance. Students in classrooms where Beyond Textbooks was implemented, overall, taken as an average, did reach the level of statistical significance, but I wanted to split it up into ELA and math so that I wasn't trying to claim something that was not realistic. Anecdotally, from discussions with Mr. Bagwell and his teachers, one of the largest benefits, which was not initially considered by the study, was the impact on teachers that either moved to a new grade level or a new subject area. Learning subject material as an educator is hard, as we heard from the guitar teacher earlier, right? It is not an immediate thing. You don't get to just show up and say, oh, now I teach guitar. You have to learn it, and it is difficult. That was one of the largest benefits that we saw. I know that Mr. Bagwell had to have a teacher step in at late notice to teach a math class at one of his grade levels, and that teacher described it as a lifesaver. As can be seen through the first two research questions, attitudes changed positively to Beyond Textbooks throughout the year. The initial survey was given after one training where they had just been introduced to it, so they didn't really know what it was. And throughout the year, we saw a clear increase in teacher attitudes towards the efficiency and effectiveness of planning by using the tool. And President Rooks, members of the governing board, Dr. Summers, I'm going to pass it off now to Dr. Hernandez to come up with a final recommendation based on the findings that we have discussed. Thank you.
So this evening, we would request the governing board consider approving the IGA for the 25-26 school year, but we'd ask that you include a continued program evaluation through the school year so that we continue to monitor its effectiveness to ensure, as Mr. O'Neill said, that we are sure we know why something is working and areas where we can improve. So our recommendation this evening would be to approve the IGA for the 25-26 school year for Lake Pleasant Elementary School only, with the condition that we continue the program evaluation. And the team and I are available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. We don't have any public comment tied to this line item. So Ms. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
I just love the opportunity to have something that not only is great for our students, but that it helps with teachers, help them plan better, help them to be more efficient, and it just gives them an amazing tool to make their jobs easier. And I don't even know if I can say that because that's kind of unfair because they have just a really tough job. So I'm really excited about this program. I think it's great. A great opportunity. I'm wondering how many teachers are knocking on your door saying, hey, how come we don't have that here? But I do agree that we do need to continue with that continuous evaluation. I'd love to see us bring those ELA up. So thank you.
Sorry. Mrs. Proudfit, any questions or comments?
I just wanted to say thank you to Principal Bagwell for taking the initiative to pilot this program. Back in 2024, I don't know why I was on your campus, but we were able to sit down and you were able to walk me through the program. And for those that are watching and listening, the state standards in this state have become plentiful and they keep increasing, which is good, but we need to make sure we're aligning with them, but also giving the teachers room to do what they do best, which is be creative and make that content available to the students. And this is a program that helps to align it all together so teachers can do what they do best and not spend time trying to decode all of the state standards. I'm super thrilled to hear the update and how successful this is, and grateful for a principal like Principal Bagwell, who is willing to find the product, take the bull by the horns, pilot the program, and very, very excited to see these results.
Thank you. Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I just have one question, because I think I might have missed a little bit of what you were initially saying, so I was trying to find the document. This program will abide by our district rules, for lack of a better way of saying it. How are we going to know that that is actually happening? What's in place? I'll just say it like I want to say it, policy, police. Who's going to do that? How will we know as a board that that's going to be followed through? Because I do know that this program does have DEI stuff as well, but I heard you say that and I just want to ask, how are we going to know that is foolproof?
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, so we have intentionally included that language in our IGA. The content that you're referring to is the resources, the curriculum content that that school district utilizes and allows their teachers to create and contribute to. That is the component that is turned off for our teachers. The only piece we have access to is breaking down the Arizona state standards into proficiency levels and helping our teachers understand what is in the standards, and those standards come directly from our state. That is the only piece. And to ask the police question, it's me, and they can tell by the number of times they've had to reset my password because I keep forgetting what it is, that I have periodically gone in throughout the school year to just be sure that it is turned off. It's off.
Thank you for that clarification.
Welcome.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez, for that information. What other schools, if any, have asked to participate in this study with the Beyond textbooks?
President Rooks, Mr. Toby, there is one whose teacher has asked, but I haven't shared with the principal yet that they have asked. So I feel a little uncomfortable saying it out loud. However, because we are in a program evaluation space and I'm asking the governing board to approve with that contingency that we continue to evaluate, I would not be in a place where I'd approve another school to take this on at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, and I do appreciate all that you've done to make sure what's in front of our kids, so thank you for that. With your, I guess, presentation with the data that you collect, do we also look at feedback, like different ideas from the teachers that they might have? So like more written, verbal feedback, if that makes sense.
President Rooks, to clarify, feedback on how effective the tool is or how the
Yeah.
tool works.
Yeah, so effectiveness that they see, what are the things that they see that does work with the students? Is there things that they suggest, like, can we tweak it this way? I want to make sure that we also hear that, what they're seeing in the program too.
Certainly, I'll give my response, and then Mr. Bagwell, if you'd like to add anything, I would welcome you to the podium. President Rooks, the teachers utilize the standards component, and they are willing to speak back and forth with one another about, well, if we look at this, if we look at that. And again, this is not a student-facing tool. It's a teacher planning tool. So it supports that collaboration amongst teachers as they unpack the standards and learn from one another about what the standard means. What does rigor look like in this particular standard? And they have examples of what that looks like, assessment questions that would help them model to say, if a student is proficient on this standard, they would be able to answer this question. And it models after our state assessment questions, so our students are getting practice as the teachers look at those questions and write their own that are similar based on the content that we have provided them through our district-approved resources as well.
President Rooks, I will only add that at the end of the year, I did have a meeting with all the teachers, and because it's not something we have to do, right? So it's just like, hey, how'd you guys, at the end of it, do you want me to bring this back to the board for approval, or you guys kind of want to move and look in a different direction? It was very overwhelming. I actually have a teacher here that could attest to it, that every single grade level really by the end of the year found the value in this and is really hoping to continue it this year.
Great, thank you for that. That's what I love to hear, is how they're using it in the classroom and getting that feedback. Because I know we can put it in the data system, but I feel like just that personal feedback from the written version. So thank you, Mr. Beckwell. I don't have any other further questions. Anybody else? No? Okay, so just need a motion on the floor.
I motion to approve the intergovernmental agreement between Valley Unified School District and the Peoria Unified School District for the Beyond Textbook Program as presented.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Proudfit and a second made by Clerk Toby. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please, Azure.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on now to 7.3, Peoria Unified School District request for proposal, RFP, invitation for bid, IFB, and bid fiscal year 2026 multi-year contract renewals. Welcome, Mrs. Rodriguez.
Good evening, President Rooks, Clerk Toby, members of the board, and guests. So this evening in front of you, you have a few procurement items. The first one that we're looking at is a renewal of the Peoria Unified RFPs, IFBs. All of them, as you can see on the document included in here, have already been in front of the board. We're just coming to you for the annual renewal that we ask so that we can continue to use these contracts. So this evening, I'm asking that you please approve and renew Peoria Unified's IFBs and RFPs.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. We don't have any public comment tied to this line item. Board members, do you have any questions or comments? Okay, so I just need a motion on the floor.
Motion to approve the renewal of Peoria Unified School District request for proposal, RFP, invitation for bid, IFB, and bids for the 2025-2026 school year as presented.
I will second.
So a motion made by Clerk Toby and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. And Azure, if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 7.4, consideration and approval of cooperative purchasing agreement renewals for the fiscal year 2025-2026. Mrs. Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, President Rooks, Clerk Toby, members of the board, and the community. So I would like to amend, if we could, this action item. There is a duplication in here The instructional resources is the same as supplies and furniture. So I'm asking that you approve this. It would just be a duplication of approval, but the terminology instructional resources is not accurate description. So if I could just have that in the motion, that we're removing that particular group of items and leaving the supplies and furniture. So these co-op contracts are, we use other organizations that have already done RFPs in place in lieu of us having to do our own. And governing board policy requires us to come in front of you and ask for your authorization for using these co-ops in excess of $100,000. So that's what you have in front of you this evening. And I'm motioning and asking you to please approve these co-op contracts this evening.
And just to clarify, you are asking in your request is to remove the instructional resources because it's a duplicate?
That is accurate.
Okay. Just
Thank
want to
you,
make sure.
President
Okay.
Brooks.
Board members, do you have any questions or comments?
I don't have anything.
Okay, I just need a motion on the floor.
A motion to approve and ratify the presented cooperative purchasing agreement renewals from July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026, with the exclusion of instructional resources August 28th GB attachment.
I'll second.
So we have a motion made by Clerk Toby and a second made by Mrs. Bowles.
Clerk Toby, could you please repeat just the end part of what the name of the attachment was that where you're excluding?
Excluding instructional resources August 28th GB attachment.
And then Azure, can you read the motion when you're ready, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Move to approve and ratify the presentation cooperative purchasing agreement renewals from July 1, 2025 to June 30, 2026, with the exclusion of instructional resources August 28 EG. Is that correct?
GB.
GB.
GB. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you just want to run us through a voice vote.
Could you repeat who the motion and the second were by?
Yes, so the motion was made by Clerk Toby and the second was made by Mrs. Bowles.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing.
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit.
Yes.
Ms. Bowles.
Yes.
Mr. Toby.
Yes.
President Rooks.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 7.5, approval to add new cooperative contracts for fiscal year 2026. Mrs. Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, President Rooks, Clerk Toby, and members of the board and our community. We are proposing 3 new RFPs that we would be able to use for varying things. You have attachments in here that explain what those items that we'd be purchasing and the vendors that we're asking for you to award them to. You've got warehouse supplies, janitorial supplies, and then our food service is implementing a new point of sale in our cafeterias. So this evening, we're asking that you would please approve these co-ops so we can use them. Thank you.
Thank you. Do board members have any questions or comments? All right, so I just need a motion on the floor.
I'll move to approve and ratify the addition of the cooperative contracts listed below, GPPCS IFB 25.001 warehouse supplies, Mojave RFP 24A 0125 janitorial supplies, and TIPS RFP 230402/240904 food service management tools.
I will second.
So a motion made by Clerk Toby and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit.
President Ricks, members of the board, allow me a moment to add the details
The
to that
language.
motion. Thank you.
Yes, no problem.
President Rooks, members of the board, move to approve and ratify the addition of the cooperative contracts listed below, GPPCS IFB 25.001, Mojave RFP 24A0125, janitorial supplies, equipment and services, and TIPS RFP 230402 and 240904, food service management tools, including software, cafeteria point of sale, with attached summaries for each.
Yes, thank you, Azure. And if you'd like to run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mr. Toby,
Yes.
President Rooks.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Moving on now to 7.6, second read policy revision to 3-301.a procedural food services nutrition. Mr. Molino, I will allow you to present, and then we do have public comment after you present.
President Rooks, members of the governing board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests, bringing forward the second read of policy 3-301.a with no changes from the first read to the second read. At this time, I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Molino. As said, we have public comment. So you will have 3 minutes. And first public comment is Abby Herrera.
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Summers. My name is Abby Herrera, and I'm a senior at Ironwood High School, as well as an Arizona DECA state officer. I know that this policy comes from federal nutrition guidelines, and the goal is student safety, but defining a highly caffeinated drink as anything over 5.01 milligrams per ounce creates contradictions. For years, our vending machines have sold Celsius, a 200 milligram per can drink, while Red Bull is at 80 milligrams, and that's being restricted. Students see that as an inconsistency. First off, the highly caffeinated drinks are not being sold by or supporting any clubs or activities on our campus, let alone the school itself. And it goes directly to the district with us not knowing where the money goes to. As a DECA officer, I also see how this directly impacts school-based enterprises. At Ironwood, the Eagle's Nest funds DECA competitions, projects, and leadership experiences, as well as professional development. The trips and events funded by these and our SBEs aren't vacations, but rather laboratories. Students learn speaking, business, teamwork, and life skills, and taking away the top seller across our district is also taking away opportunities. At the last board meeting, Michaelis Pierce spoke on this topic, and in return, we're told that nothing is being taken away. And that is far from the truth. This would take away hard-earned student revenue, responsibility, and real-world learning opportunities, which contradicts every student every day prepared to shape tomorrow. Thank you.
Next public comment is from, is it Eon? Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. And Azure, if you could give them 6 minutes, so then that way, yeah, thank you.
Good evening, members of the board, administrators, and parents. We want to thank you for the opportunity to speak once again, as we here all represent the student-run stores of the POSD district and DECA chapters. First, we want to acknowledge the concerns raised last meeting, especially the tragic incident involving a student that was mentioned. We understand how much that moment brings to weigh on our district's thinking. As student leaders, we share the same goal as you: protecting the health and safety of students. At the same time, we believe it's important to recognize a larger truth. Almost anything can be dangerous in extreme quantities. Caffeine, yes, but also sugar, salt, and even water. The real issue is not the product itself, but overconsumption. That is why the responsible path is not outright prohibition, but teaching moderation, building awareness, and providing safeguards. That is exactly what our student store has already done for 4 years. We have sold Red Bull in a controlled way, limiting sales to 1 drink per student per day, and always within the USDA Smart Snack guidelines.
Good evening, board and Dr. Summers. My name is Haley Braha, and I'm the president of Ironwood DECA. Caffeine in moderation is not just harmless, it can be helpful. Studies from Johns Hopkins University and other institutions show that caffeine can improve focus, alertness, and even long-term memory. For high school students balancing early mornings, rigorous classes, exams, jobs, and extracurriculars, this can be the difference between disengagement and success. Students often bring coffee to school every day, often with more caffeine than the drinks we sell. What we offer is a safer and more controlled alternative. Importantly, the federal government already recognizes the distinction. USDA Smart Stack standards allow caffeinated beverages in high schools, but not in elementary or middle schools. The CDC recommends education about excess caffeine, not a ban. The safe daily limit for teens is around 100 milligrams. The Red Bulls we sell contain 80 milligrams, well within that range, comparative to the Celsius that you sell in our school's vending machines. That is double the safe daily amount at 200 milligrams. In other words, what we are doing is not just safe. It is aligned with science-based federal standards designed to protect the students. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I wanted to address some of the comments that you guys gave last time when we spoke about this same subject. And at the last meeting, Clerk Toby said that the district is the government and they're only trying to help us. But with respect, we'd like to offer a different perspective. President Ronald Reagan once said, "The 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, 'I'm from the government and I'm here to help.'" His point was that the government works best when it empowers people to make responsible choices, not when it removes those choices entirely. That is the model we believe in, equipping students with the skills to make good decisions rather than banning products outright. The district president, Heather Rooks, has said that nothing is being taken away, but in reality, removing our most popular products is absolutely taking something away. It is taking away opportunities from hardworking students who rely on these funds to attend our leadership conferences. I also want to respond to a point made previously that you can't buy certain things in Europe. With respect, if we were in Europe, students our age would actually be able to buy alcohol and cigarettes. And clearly, that's not a model we want to follow here. And that highlights our broader point. Different cultures and governments regulate things differently. But in the United States, we already have 2 national experts, the USDA and the CDC, who set evidence-based standards for student health. Why would our district choose to override national science and set its own arbitrary limits? Thank you.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Brody Aranda, president of DECA at Centennial High School. And continuing on from my peers before me, it is also important to note that our student stores have made responsible choices of our own. For example, we do not sell excessively high caffeinated drinks as Celsius, even though it is popular because we have determined it was too unhealthy. That decision wasn't forced on us. We made it because we take health seriously. This shows that we are capable of balancing student choice with student well-being. We are not asking to sell products recklessly. We are asking to continue what we have already done, provide safe, regulated options in a learning environment. The solution? Education over bans. We believe the solution is not prohibition, but education. The CDC itself recommends that school educate students about excessive caffeine use. That's what we want to do. We can create awareness campaigns, posters, and student-led initiatives about healthy caffeine habits. We can combine this with our existing safeguards, 1 drink per student per day, and continue giving students the chance to practice responsibility in a safe environment. Thank you.
And I'm going to give you 3 minutes so that you have enough time. Don't worry.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Azure, can you put it 3 minutes? Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Naomi Valentine. I'm the Vice President of Centennial DECA, and at the end of the day, we're not asking the district to prioritize money over health. We're asking the district that health is not just about restriction, it's about education, responsibility, and opportunity. Banning these drinks takes away autonomy, fundraising, and student growth. Allowing them under responsible policies gives us the chance to learn and lead, and to prepare for the real world. Caffeine is not an enemy, excess is. And excess is best prevented not by prohibition, but by guidance. We urge the district to work with us, not against us, to protect students while empowering them, and at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment. Mr. Molino. Board members, do you have any questions or comments? Ms. Ewing?
I don't don't know if you'll know the answer to this. I'd be curious to know how much money they would be losing to go to their club by removing this opportunity for them to sell, because we have a couple different issues. We have the highly caffeinated beverages, which there's health concerns with regards to that. But then we also have a second issue that this group has found it a great way to fundraise, and so I don't know if you know the answer to that.
Mrs. Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, no, I do not know the answer to that, but I can check with the DECA clubs tomorrow and get that information, unless the students know it.
So originally, when we first started discussing this issue in our home chapters, we wanted to make sure we had all the facts and how much money we're losing. So roughly, our school sells about 50 to 70 Red Bulls a day. That can fluctuate. And we charge $2.50 per Red Bull, and we make $1.80 of profit per Red Bull. I can't do the math in my head right now, but if it would be around like $100 per day, and if we're losing about $400 to $500 per week. And registration for one of our students to go to a conference is about $1,500 to include the whole trip. So every 3 days that we're not selling Red Bull, it's one student's opportunity to develop their professional skills that's lost every day that we don't have these drinks. Thank you.
Thank you for that answer. We appreciate it. Mrs. Ewing, does that answer your question for you?
It does answer my question, but I see that Ms. Proudfit wanted to jump in and say something. So before I go on to my other questions, I will allow her. No, go ahead. You've got
Ms. Proudfit.
Oh, I just saw you were done. Okay, go ahead.
I am not done.
Do you want to finish, Ms. Ewing, and then?
I was just giving her a hard time. I do
Okay.
have a couple other questions. So they can't sell the way this reads is they can't sell it during the school day, but they can sell it after school. Can you clarify that part?
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, so it would be during the school hours, and normally that's 30 minutes after the last bell. During sporting events and any clubs or activities or carnivals, any of those functions, it can still be sold. So bell to bell plus 30 minutes is normally considered the school day.
Okay. And do we have any mechanisms in place, and I don't even know if it's mechanisms, but where we could actually work with the DECA Club to help try to find a way to help them with that $400 to $500 a day that they're looking at potentially losing as a result of this policy?
President Brooks and Mrs. Ewing, I'll look over at Mrs. Rodriguez to see if there's different funding sources that could be used to cover that expense.
And these are, what I'm hearing is they're using this money for their entry fee. So there's that, maybe there's a possibly an opportunity for a sponsorship or something like that.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Ewing. President Rooks, I'm always open to looking for ways of funding opportunities for our students. I need to do a little research and investigation on that before I could give you an answer.
Thank you. I will pass it on to Ms. Proudfit now.
Mrs. Proudfit, any questions or comments?
I hear you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for staying late. We love our DECA students. I hear you. I don't agree with you, but I hear you. You're right. We should not be selling Celsius. And not every campus has that. Regardless of this policy, that should have never happened. And, you repeated very succinctly all the reasons that we gave you last time. I understand that this is a big blow to your fundraising efforts. But there's one thing I know about DECA students, and that is you are going to figure this out. And there are lots of ways. I know that's hard to hear, huh? I know. Believe you me, I was just doing fundraising with Sunrise Mountain all summer for their Hawaii trip. I know that this is difficult and this is kind of a realignment. but it's just one of those things that we really feel, I really feel, I guess I won't speak for my fellow board members, is important for us to lead the way as a district, and you're correct. Everything you said was correct. Moderation, education, all of it. The question is who should be doing that moderating and educating, and the fact is we that's not our job as a school district. And so in order to ensure the safety of our students, I hear you, and thank you for coming.
Mrs. Bowles, any questions or comments?
Of course, the DECA students are fighting for caffeine. What else would you fight for? But I have to tell you, I have a Red Bull and I have a Celsius. But I do agree with what Ms. Proudfit said, and that is this. I'm an adult. I am not a minor. And as a district and liability, we are responsible for, thank you, minors, yes. And that really should be a parent decision. And so we're not taking away coming to school with coffee, right? But I do hear the concerns about, you don't even know how many booster clubs I've been on. And my God in heaven, we were selling food even in the park in a wagon to get football water things for junior high, okay? So I get it, I really get it. But at the expense of the health of kids, I disagree. And I think there can be, and I'd be willing to help with whatever I can after we find out if there's any funds, brainstorming some ideas. And yeah, so sorry. I appreciate that you guys are here, and you probably had your Red Bull before you came in. I don't know, because it's really late. No, but yeah.
Oh, I apologize, but under governing board law, we can't take questions. I'm sorry.
You can after.
After, yes. Clerk Toby, do you have any comments or questions?
Yeah, I appreciate you guys, and I admire your guys' tenacity with this topic, and it is going to require a pivot. And business-minded people, I think, see an opportunity with this. And if you look at our policy, we can ask Mr. Molino how he came up with the 5.01 milligram per ounce. But if you look at an average can, 12-ounce can of energy drink, there are several that are available that are within this policy, right? There is Monster Unleaded, there's Toro, there's Aspire, there's other sources that have 60 milligrams or less. So it might require a change or a pivot, but highly caffeinated beverages, such as Celsius, I believe that does have a warning label on it from the company that says not intended for consumption for minors under the age of 18. And so when I said, and I appreciate you citing Ronald Reagan and the quote, my dad used to have a T-shirt that said that, and he used to work for the government, right? But I say that because we are trying to find the best way to protect our students, and I said the government comment because it's just not a good policy to have when it comes to the district, are profiting off of a drink that even the sellers say that you shouldn't have. It's just not, it's not good. So it's a challenge. It is a challenge, and I feel for your guys' club, for sure.
Yes, I appreciate you guys coming so late. Sorry, lost my voice. I appreciate you guys coming so late and staying here so late and advocating for your students, like your fellow classmates. I appreciate that. But I have to agree up here. It's a decision that we have to make as, like what was said, adults. And so I love the ideas of working with our businesses department, Mrs. Rodriguez. She's very outside thinking of the box and looking at even other fundraising opportunities. I fully support something like that. So I want to say thank you guys for coming. I appreciate it. And I know it's a big bummer. I have a teenager too, and he loves the Celsius. And yes, I did have one tonight too. I know. But the thing is I do teach him moderation because he's still growing. He is still growing developmentally. So it has to be about moderation, and that's a tough thing that you have to do as a parent and as a board member. So But we have to make sure that we're looking at the safety of all students on our campuses when it comes to stuff like this, so. Yes,
President
Ms.
Rooks,
Bowles.
if I may. I do have a question. Are we still selling Celsius in machines on campuses? They're all shaking their head yes.
Ms. Brooks, Mrs. Bowles, I'd have to verify, but I believe the answer is yes. So after this board policy, then we'll reach out to either the purchasing department or whoever contacts the vendors, the vending machine vendors, to have them removed.
Yeah, that would be a contradiction if we didn't, so thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Bowles. Yes, I'd like to follow up on that too. So with that, I just need a motion on the floor.
I will motion to approve the revisions to 3-301A as presented.
And I'll second.
So we have a motion made by Clerk Toby and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mr. Toby,
Yes.
President Rooks.
Yes. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, Mr. Molino, and thank you again, DECA students. Moving on to 7.7, second read policy revision to procedure 5-0303.c, student records, request to amend records and hearing. Dr. Summers.
President Rooks, governing board members, this second read of 5-303.c is brought before you without any revisions from our last meeting. I stand ready for any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. Board members, do you have any questions or comments? Mrs. Ewing?
I don't. Thank you for asking.
Okay, Ms. Proudfit?
I just wanted to thank you for the verbiage, just ensuring that parents are aware of that 5 business days appeal. So thank you for adding that.
Ms. Bowles, any questions or comments?
No, I don't at this time.
Okay. Clerk Toby, any questions or comments?
Nothing for me, thank you.
Yep, I don't have any questions either. I appreciate Dr. Summers working on this one. So with that, I just need a motion on the floor.
I motion to approve the revisions to procedure 5-303C, student records, request to amend records and hearing as presented.
I will second.
So a motion made by Mrs. Proudfit and a second made by Mrs. Ewing. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mr. Toby,
Yes.
President Rooks.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 7.8, second read policy, revision to policy 1-104, legal advice and representation. And Dr. Summers, we do have public comment after you give your presentation.
Thank you, President Rooks, governing board members. So there was, I believe, an edit, I should say. So if we scroll to that second page, please, Terry. So based on our discussion last meeting, I think the word present was replaced with available. So that was the most significant edit from that original discussion. Again, I stand ready for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. I know I brought this forward, so I did have just a thought process around the last sentence there. Oh, sorry. Oh my gosh, yes, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Ewing. We do have public comment tied to this item. I apologize. You have 3 minutes. Charmel Bolster.
Thank you, President Rooks and board members. I do have a couple of concerns about this policy, and it's on the last page that you just made reference to. My concern is when I read the policy and I looked at it and I compared it to Dysart's policy, and they have the same one, but without the changes that President Rooks has made. And my first thought when I looked at theirs and compared it with this one was, oh, well, they left the word superintendent in theirs. I guess that board really likes their superintendent more than this board likes ours. So that kind of bothered me. Then again, in the last paragraph, in brackets, you, again, for some reason, I'm not sure why the brackets were there. I tried to go to my English grammar and find why do we use brackets, but it didn't make sense. Why you had in brackets or the superintendent, which Dysart did not have either. Then the last sentence, which President Rooks, you added on into there about it shall be in conjunction with the board president. and you crossed out the word present available, which I understand that change. But again, what this mapped to me is just you don't want the superintendent involved. And that was totally different from what I got with DIASART. So all I can say is that I would totally be against anything that takes away our superintendent's authority to run this district. We have the most outstanding superintendent that I have ever had the pleasure of knowing. And anything and any policy that takes away his authority to do his job is absolutely wrong. And if you want to adopt the policy, fine, but take out the things that Mrs. Rooks has put in. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment. So as I was also directed here in the public comment, I only added the last sentence because with this is board counsel. It is not the superintendent lawyer. The districts have their own attorneys that we don't get to know what that legal advice is half of the time. So this is specifically for the board counsel. It's not taking away authority from the superintendent because he still has access to the district counsel. He still has access to a district lawyer. This is pertaining to the board attorney and giving advice to the board. They're two separate ones. And it's not even just, it says if the superintendent needs to communicate with the board counsel, it shall be in conjunction with the board president available. That's a partnership right there. That's asking for the president to work in partnership with the superintendent when it comes to legal advice pertaining to the governing board, because it's the board attorney that is in that discussion. So that way the president of the board and the superintendent both are aware of what the legal advice is from the governing board attorney. That's the language that was added. I'm not quite sure what brackets you're talking about because this policy was like already in place. I just added the last red sentence to have that partnership. It's not a taking away his authority because again, it's the governing board legal counsel. So I just want to make sure that that's explained so that everybody understands that process. So that was what I was presenting on. And I was going to also suggest that I know that there's times when there might be a situation where I'm not present. So I wanted to gather to see if, we have our clerk, Jeff Toby, does a great job and working in partnership with Dr. Summers as well. So I just didn't know if adding the language in of or clerk Toby present available. So that was just, it's in partnership. So Ms. Ewing, do you have any questions?
Thank you for bringing that up. And I think if it was added language, it would probably just be or clerk, just in case, Anyway, but I was going to go back to, and that may solve it, but I was going to go back to what I had requested last time. And actually, I think it was Clerk Toby who actually said that he would like to have that in there, especially just coming from our safety summit, where they talked about that you always want to try to plan to prevent everything, but then that black swan event is going to happen that you never planned on happening, So there is no place in here that allows for the superintendent to be able to communicate to the board council in the event of an emergency. If we were all, if we were all at an event and something terrible happened where he couldn't reach one of us, there needs to be an opportunity for him to reach out to the board council in the event of an emergency, and that's just not in here. And I know I asked for that last time, so I specifically said that I asked for a policy change that added the board president, that certainly to be kept informed of any communication between the superintendent and board council in the event of an emergency. And I think Mr. Toby said last time that he noted the concern for scenarios where urgent legal consultation might be needed. And and the board president or another member may not be immediately available. So I just want to make sure, an emergency is just, you know, I think that can just be in very exceptional circumstances. So that's all I have to add, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Junior. I did write that down, so, yeah. Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions or comments?
Yes, I do. So I think what Ms. Bolster was referring to is at the end, or at the very last paragraph, the board president in the brackets or the superintendent may authorize another board member to consult with legal counsel for matters directly relating to the responsibility of the board. So I didn't know if you wanted to change up that language at all, or?
That language was there presently, I
Okay.
believe. So the only part that was added was the red part. So that was there from the trust. This is a trust policy, so just adding in the extra language up in the red is what.
And then my last question is actually, I've had a few reach outs about this policy specifically, kind of in conjunction with what Ms. Bolster was saying, is that, you know, the optics of this are not good. So is there any additional context you can give us with the reasoning or the catalyst for this kind of policy or clarity with that?
I thought I already gave that in the beginning, but I can reiterate. In my understanding, that this is the board legal attorney. And so there are conversations that the district gets to have with their legal attorneys that sometimes we're not privy to as a board. So that's just, I mean, it's clearly labeled board attorney and district attorney. And so that's where I'm having a hard time of like, it's client attorney. When we're talking about attorneys, it's client attorney privilege. And so with the governing board having their own attorney, and the district has many attorneys, but that's what I was kind of looking at. And so I wasn't saying like no communication at all. It's more of, again, it's a partnership. So, and it's not even, that's for future presidents on the board as well. So it's working together. It's doing that cohesive partnership with whoever the board president is and the superintendent so that they can work together when it comes to that communication process with the board attorney.
Thank you for repeating that again. Thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions. My understanding of this is that and you said this as well, President Ricks, this is a board attorney. However, in the case with a bad superintendent, which we don't have, this prior policy would allow the superintendent to be part of conversations where really the board should be privy only to. So it's, to reiterate what am I correct in that? So to reiterate what President Rooks is saying as well, we need our own attorney at times, and we need to consult that attorney as a board. Of course, we're going to work together, but we need the option of just contacting the board attorney without the superintendent at times. And I think that's absolutely appropriate. And I do appreciate you changing present to available. Thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
I do believe that in collaboration, like the spirit of this policy is that we're all on the same page. And I think it's fine to make a distinction between what is a district council and what is a board council. And Mrs. Siegel may not like me for saying this, but you know, you ask two attorneys a question, you get three opinions. So I think in the fact that to be on the same page, I think there are times where it's appropriate where we have the communication with the same attorney. And I think the issue that we're trying to address here is we want to make sure that president or whoever else on the board, in fact, the entire board, be made aware of when communication is happening with the board attorney. So I don't know if there's a way that we can wordsmith this to reflect that, to where either a recap or a summary, should, you know, a superintendent need to communicate with the board attorney for a matter, so that way we're being consistent, we're on the same page. that is encapsulated and shared with the president, clerk, and on down.
So I did check for that too, because I wanted to make sure that that was in there as well. And it does say a little bit above the paragraph, it says, all board members shall be provided with a copy of written legal opinions obtained on behalf of the board. So I don't know if you guys want to change that, but that language is in there, that any legal advice given from our board attorney is provided a copy to the board.
I think that it's fine for written legal opinions, but a lot of what we do, I think, is over the phone a lot of times. So I don't know if there's a way that we can kind of wrap our arms around that whole, like, if there's communication, if superintendent calls the board attorney for a situation that either Mrs. Siegel or Dr. Summers or both, emails the board in its entirety as far as, hey, we had a question on this. This is what was advised, and the whole board is on the same page at that point. So I think it's one way where you don't necessarily put any stumbling blocks in the operations of the district, but we still maintain that separation of district council and board council, if that makes sense.
Okay, so are you looking, I just want to, so I can write it down, and I have yours written down. Are you wanting it to be included on the last line with all board members shall be provided with a copy of written legal opinions obtained on behalf of the board, including legal advice over communication? Because I don't know.
It could just say written and
written
spoken.
and, okay. Okay. Including written. All communications, okay. Including all communications, okay.
And then that last line, because, the president may not be available, the clerk may not be available, so are we intending to put when available in that? Or is it, because that reads a little clunky to me, I don't know if.
Yeah, I was gonna add in the event of emergency. If you want me to add that in at the last line? Okay,
If we just put
Okay.
when available.
Yeah, I think when
That
available.
might just keep it
okay,
tighter.
okay. Do you want to put with the board president, it shall be in conjunction when the board president is available or the clerk is available? I just
We
wanted to
could
make
say in conjunction with the board president
And or
or board clerk when available.
Okay, I just want to make sure when to say it fully, okay.
And Heather, President Rooks, I'm assuming that this would happen anyway, that when we talk to Mrs. Siegel, if you can just mention that to him to be able to contact her in the event of an emergency and asking if that language that we've created up here allows for that. And I think that she would be able to assess in her legal
Yeah,
expertise.
because I think
whether
it's just saying it shall be in conjunction with the board president or clerk when available. And so if they're not available, I think that would then
Yeah,
correlate with an emergency.
okay. That's what
Yeah.
I would think too, but I would
Okay.
just, confer with her,
Okay.
just to confirm. So
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, yep, absolutely. And following up with that, I can have her look it over, whatever the decision is tonight. So,
Right. And then
Okay.
one other thing is, and I think this will happen anyway, but since we're changing it, then the copyright will need to come off.
okay.
I think they probably would have taken care of that anyway.
I think they do that once it's changed. They just take off the copyright. Yeah. Okay. All right, if no further, I'm going to try to make this motion very slow so that Azure has it and then making sure we got it. Okay. I motion to approve the revisions to policy 1-104 legal advice and representation with the added language, all board members shall be provided with a copy of written legal opinions obtained on behalf of the board, including all communications, And if the superintendent needs to communicate with board counsel, it shall be in conjunction with the board president or board clerk when available.
And I'll second.
Okay, I just want to make sure she got it. I lost my voice there.
President Rooks, would you mind reading through that one more time just to make sure I captured that correctly?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, motion to approve the revisions to policy 1-104- legal advice and representation with the added language of all board members shall be provided with a copy of written legal opinions obtained on behalf of the board, including all communications. And if the superintendent needs to communicate with board counsel, it shall be in conjunction with the board president or board clerk when available. And it was seconded by Ms. Bowles.
So I had the motion reading, motion to approve the revision to policy 1-104, legal advice and representation, with the added language, all board members shall be provided with a copy of all written communications, including, sorry, is that all written and verbal communications?
It shall be provided with a copy of written legal opinions obtained on behalf of the board, including all communications.
Motion to approve the revision to policy 1-104, legal advice and representation, with the added language, all board members shall be provided with a copy of written legal opinions received on behalf of the board, including all communications, and if the superintendent needs to communicate with the board attorney, it shall be in conjunction with the board president or clerk when available.
Yes, thank you, Asher. I know that was a lot. Thank you.
Mrs. Ewing.
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit.
Yes.
Ms. Bowles.
Yes.
Mr. Toby.
Yes.
President Rooks.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 8 discussion items, 8.1 academic update. Dr. Hernandez is willing to postpone this to the next meeting so that we are refreshed for that.
I was going to request, because of the late hour, could we table all discussion items till our next meeting?
The only thing is we have public comment on some of them, so and they've waited here for them. I can't answer when people talk to me, but you are not the only one.
I just think some of these conversations are going to need a robust conversation, and
Okay. Hold on a second. What I can do is, we do have closing public comment, so I'm going to move those to closing public comment so that that way we can still hear the comments, and then we will bring 8.2, 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, 8.4 back to the next meeting and table those ones.
thank you.
Yes. Nope, we don't motion anything because we're just tabling. We don't vote on those ones. So 9, address consent agenda. 9.1, consider approval or recommend changes to the consent agenda. I just need a motion on the floor. I motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Okay. So we have a motion made by myself and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit.
It was Mrs.
I mean, Ms. Bowles, sorry.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mr. Toby,
Yes.
President Rooks.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 12, closing public comment. 12.1, request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. So first one is Trina Berg. And I believe you had like 2, so. Okay, can you, can you give her 6 minutes so that way she can speak to both of them, please?
Okay, good, very late evening, everyone. I had a couple of questions on all 3 of those discussion policies. I guess I will start with the high school parent visitor to practice. And one of the questions I had was, would this mandate that all practices be open to parents? Because right now there are some sports that like close it off and no parents at practices. And I understand transparency, but I also hope that we have talked to coaches, because any coach will tell you having parents, especially of older students, will change the dynamics of their practice. And I know I appreciate the fact that you put in like safeguards, like you cannot talk to coach, whatever. But we're also dealing with students who are getting ready to go into the workforce where they're going to be away from their parents, and they need to learn those skills to discuss and talk to and communicate with their teammates and their coaches. I understand wanting to have that transparency, and if a parent wants to come in, I understand like having the discussion with the coach, like, hey, I want to come in and watch. But I also understand wanting, like coaches wanting to shut down their practices because that is their time to coach. And if you have parents that are always there and their kid is a kid who plays, whether it is true or not, the perception could become your kid is playing because you're just always there all the time. And now parents are going to be like, oh, I have to show up all the time to, watch my kid practice. I honestly don't know too many high school parents that want to come watch their kid practice, especially since it's right after school and sometimes for hours. Football right now is at 5 or 5:30 in the morning. So I'm not sure. I really hope you've had a conversation with coaches, because I don't know how the coaches that I spoke to briefly about this were not loving this. Some of them have parents that come and hang out sometimes, but they all feel like it does change the dynamics of the practice. So that was just the one for parents coming to watch practices. Most of my comments or questions are actually to the no grooming policy. I actually don't have big, massive issues at all with like what wants to be added in here. I will say that we have vector trainings already that we have to pass and whatever for like recognizing grooming behaviors and stuff like that. So part of this I feel like is redundant because we already do actually have this. And I don't know if it's just trying to maybe be performative, but I actually have this is one of those policies that has been a policy for a long time, that is someone who does a lot of advocacy in this district. This is a policy that is terribly written and has always been terribly written. I would actually love to go through and have discussions with our board to update and change and clarify this policy. All of the little things that are, the 18, 20 things that are listed there. I think our policies, our practice, and I forgot my other word because it's really late. Policy, practice, and procedures all need to match, and I don't think they actually do right now. And really, like, some of this is obvious, like, don't be flirtatious with our students. Okay, cool. Like, I completely agree with that. Giving or receiving personal gifts. Like, we literally have Teacher Appreciation Week that some teachers, especially elementary teachers, everyone loves to give their elementary teachers, like, gifts. Like, as a high school teacher who has TAs, like, I will give my student, like, a thank you end of the semester gift. Like, you are awesome. Thank you so much for all the help for the semester. Like, are we violating policy the way this is written? That would be a yes. Even accepting gifts from parents for Teacher Appreciation Week or a student giving us something. Some of the other ones, private contact with students, we know for a fact that there are some parents or some families that are friends outside of school. And where is the line between I'm a teacher, but I'm also a parent? My son is going to be at my school next year, so is he not like allowed to have friends over at my house because I'm choosing to work in this district and keep kids in this district? So I think there just needs to be more clarity around some of this. And this is one of those policies that is so nebulous, you can make anything fit in here, even if it's not nefarious. I mean, if you really wanted to go after someone for any reason at all, and you found out that they are a staff kid who has friends over, like, according to this policy, we could be in trouble. Now, should we obviously have, like, adult drinking parties with our kids' friends at home? No. But if my son wants to have friends over, he shouldn't be penalized because I'm a staff member and also a parent. Even something like don't send students on a personal errand or whatever. Like if I go buy 25 gallons of distilled water because I'm a science teacher and my science department needs it, and I'm the one who goes to bashes with the PO, are we not supposed to send, like, can we send kids out to grab all 25 gallons of water from my car? Or like, do we have to do all of that? So there's just a lot of things in this policy, the policy that has existed, that I think actually need to be fixed in this policy, and not just the stuff that's in red that's added. I would love to have conversations about this policy, especially someone who does lots of advocacy. And then the last one was just, Clerk Toby, your draft policy. I'm just curious if this violates any contracts that we have with our insurance holders, that they are allowed to act on the behalf of the board without like interference from the board, because they're handling that lawsuit or whatever the case may be. So thank you.
Next public comment is Jody Brackett. No, okay. Next one, Becky Smith.
My comment was regarding the policy that was just being spoken about. I didn't read the policy, so I'm not going to speak specifically to it, but I think something needs to be in place because as far as I know, there's been 2 Centennial teachers and 2 Peoria High School teachers, and then coaches, accusations flying all around. So there's a lot of accusations going on right now. And I feel like what happens in these situations is it blows up in the news and then it quietly goes away and it gets swept under a rug and no one talks about it. And that wouldn't happen in any other public servant type of position. If you're a police officer and you did something inappropriate with a child, you're gonna be on national news. So whether it's a policy or we just need to have, as a district, take a stand against this, like, sorry, we're gonna stand alone, because I honestly know a friend of mine who worked in a different district where it was, quote unquote, she did this, a well-kept secret. Well, I'm sorry, we shouldn't keep secrets like this. Kids need to be protected. Nothing should be a well-kept secret like that. Nothing should be swept under the rug to avoid bad press. We as a district should take a stand and say this will not occur in our district. If you do prey on children, we will make your name known. We will not stand for it. You will not work in our district. You will go to prison if you are found guilty. You will lose your teaching certificate because sometimes these people are allowed to go teach in other states, other districts. So, like, for me, it's the teeth on the back end of, sorry, if that's the choice you make as an adult with a minor child, you have to reap the consequences that are going to come from that if you're found guilty. And it should be public knowledge. So I would just say, as a district, taking a very strong stand on it when you're discussing this with your employees, like, I'm sorry, you shouldn't come to school and try to be cool with your students and talk about how you're hungover from your partying the night before or whatever. I've had those conversations happen in my kids' classrooms before. You're not the student's friend. You're not trying to be cool. You're the educator. Keep it to education. Take the personal stuff out. And maybe, I don't know if staff needs training on what's appropriate, what's not appropriate, because now you have social media and people are having, you know, teachers on social media and doing things on the weekends with their teachers, which is weird to me. But basically, it's hard for these kids to come forward and admit when an adult has done something inappropriate in their life. And now you've got it, like, the retaliation you might face at school, whether it's from your peers or from teachers. You have social media, and what that can then come at you through social media. So these kids are having to, like, face all of this and stand up against this. So we need to be the ones to back them up. And I would just like to see us backing up the students and protecting the students over protecting adults that make bad decisions. So.
Next public comment is from Janine Castine. Okay. Charmel Bolster. I think you had it for the liability settlement policy. But we wanted to honor that you guys stood here this long so that you could, or I did, so that you could still speak.
I'll be very brief. The only concern I had, and I was given more information and update on this, and perhaps this policy is needed. If it is, then I'm all for it. But again, I do find some things in there that I think, again, are the board trying to micromanage the district and perhaps limiting the superintendent's ability to do his job. That's the only thing that I would question about it. As I said, I didn't know why it was brought forth to begin with, but if there's good reason for it, then that's fine. But I do, and I would caution the board for whatever good it might do, is that you need to be careful what you say and what you do up there, how it translates out here to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes our closing public comment. Moving on to 13 informational reports. 13.1, report on upcoming meetings and events. Mrs. Airy.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board. I will try to be brief, but do have just a couple of notes and updates for you this evening. One is just a date change to what you see listed on the report for this evening. It's for the upcoming Faith Council meeting that's listed as September 9th. That meeting has been moved to the end of September to September 30th. So we'll be sure to note that for you in the Friday report tomorrow. Also wanted to note a couple of events that have not yet made it onto this report because in real time, we have just finalized them. You recently received the comprehensive report on the work that we'll be doing in partnership with Grace Design Studios on that master planning work that will be going on. As part of it, you also heard them mention the community engagement events that we would be conducting across our district. Those have been finalized, locations and times have been set, and so we will provide you with a lot of detail relative to all three of those meetings that are coming up. Just for the sake of time tonight, we'll get into more detail in your upcoming report, but if you do want to save the date for the evenings of September 17th, September 23rd, and October 2nd, those will be the dates that we are holding for those events, and very much looking forward to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Sari. Moving on to 13.2, legislative, state, and local updates. Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, President Rooks, Clerk Toby, and governing board members. Just one note for our public. Information was shared about the Arizona Public School Capital Funding ruling that occurred on August 13th. That ruling said that the state's funding system for construction and maintenance of our schools is unconstitutional, that they are not funding us at the level they should be funding us at. What that means to Peoria is yet to be seen. The state does have 30 days to file an appeal on that ruling, so we're waiting the 30 days. That ruling came out on August 13th, so we have a few more weeks to wait and see if it's appealed. If not, then the state will have to go back and figure out how they can adequately fund us. And that is my report for this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Moving on to 13.3, report on requested future agenda items for our audiences there. Moving on to report on, requested future agenda items. And then 14, other business. 14.1, request for agenda items for future governing board meetings. Apologize, it's a little late. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any requests this evening?
So in a Friday report, at the safety summit, Phoenix Children's Hospital was there. They were talking about a project called Project Adam, which is a safe safe, where you can get a designation for Safe Heart Schools. I believe that's it. And I gave all of the information to Mr. Molino and said, hey, and it's basically about having AEDs in our schools and then having everybody like CPR trained, then the resuscitation. So there's a whole list of things. And so what I did is I gave it to Mr. Molino and said, you know, can you let me know, do we have the capacity to do this? So what I'm going to ask is if he could send that program information out in a Friday report to the rest of the board so they can have an understanding of what that is. And then I know you had talked to some folks about what's the capacity to be able to do that. So if you
I will
can just-
second that for you.
Okay. And then another thing that I guess we'll start off with a Friday report is I would love to have a report of the trainings that our coaches go through across the district in terms of certainly the law reporting, but I think I'm really more interested in do we do trainings to that's around like the culture, building a culture of the team, just some type of training that's based in the values of Peoria and how we mentor and coach our kids. So I'm just curious if we can just in a Friday report, what are the typical trainings that we have our coaches go through?
I will second that.
I think that's all for now.
Mrs. Profit, do you have any future agenda item requests?
No, because I have a few still on the horizon, and nope, we have lots that we're dealing with, so.
All right, Mrs. Bowles, do you have any future requests?
I do. I have one. I would like to request a future agenda item. Have a discussion around trainings for teachers, for staff, for vendors, for parents, for board, on grooming and the sex trafficking issue that I don't think most staff are aware of how bad that is. And to give definitions to clarify some of the things that were said in the podium.
I'll second that.
Is that all, Ms. Bowles? Okay, Clerk Toby, do you have any future requests?
Nothing for me.
I did, and I don't know if this can correlate with Mrs. Bowles that she just made, but we did have the trust training today. There's a new law coming out September 26th for governing board members with mandated reporting. There's certain new laws. So if we could add that into that presentation as well.
I will second.
Thank you. I also wanted to request a discussion of possibly changing the date of one of our upcoming board meetings is on December 11th. I wasn't sure if we could have a discussion to change it to another date. Yeah, so that was just one request.
I will second.
Thank you. And then just to have future executive sessions, one would be what happened with the Frontier Elementary bus situation that was in the news with the preschool student. If we could just have an executive session on what exactly occurred, what happened, I would appreciate that one.
I'll second that.
Thank you. And last is just a request that if, once the police conduct their investigation into Liberty High School wrestling program situation, if we could, would like to request as president a special session, executive session, so that the board can be updated on the findings of that, so that we make sure we work on that quickly.
I'll second that.
Thank you. And I believe that is all for my requests tonight. So moving on now to 15, adjournment. 15.1, adjournment. I just need a motion.
A motion to adjourn.
I will second. So we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by myself. Azure, if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Meeting adjourned at 11:23 p.m.